Hello and welcome everybody to the SBD Australia Cup 2024. I'm Chris Andrews. With me today, Jacob Sofianos.
Hello everyone.
And look, firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet today, the Gadigal people. Beautiful Alexandria here in Sydney, coming to you live from City Strength HQ. Now, Jacob, first meet of its kind in Australia, SBD Australia Cup. We've got a packed lineup today. 23 of the best lifters currently in Australia in the IPF side of the draw. Who are we looking out for today in the women's?
Chris, I'm so excited for today. We have Vicky from 52 class today. We've got Vicky, Kate, Liz and Zin Yu. Then on to the 69 class, I believe we have next Kate and Brittany. We also have the 76 class, Shania and Kelly. And then we have our under 84s, Isabella, Beth and Yanni. So stacked women.
Stacked division. Now let's start at the top there with the under 52s. So 4 competitors today. Only Zin has competed before in the 52s at Nationals. We've got Vicky coming up from the 47s.
Yes.
Liz cutting down from the 57s.
Yes.
And then we have Kate Nax coming in from the US APL, joining APA this year. And she's a real unknown at this point in time, but all 4 women, I think, capable hitting around that 400 kilo mark today.
Definitely. I think we're going to see 400 get pushed today, Chris. In fact, I think we're going to need to see it push for that overall as well.
Yeah.
The national total was probably a bit lower in the 52 class compared to the other ones. So we've seen a lot of women either go up like Vicky or go down like Liz. We have Zin coming back, defending her national title here. It's going to be crazy. So a lot of the women at the moment, very similar squats, very close benches, and then we have deadlifts, which it's actually going to go 175 plus, I think, by the end there.
Yeah, going to be absolutely crazy. And like you said, the national record, a little bit lower in the 52s, which has enticed a number of lifters into that category. So definitely 52s is a class to watch out for when we get into those third deadlifts.
Yeah.
Who we got in the under 69s?
So in this under 69s, we have Kate, and then we also have Brittany going down from the 76 class. Both of them just competed at the APA Nationals. Very similar numbers also. Both of them looking to push that last deadlift well beyond 200, which is going to be insane also.
Yeah, absolutely. Both incredibly strong women, and great to see Brittany back in the 69 kilo category. She moves extremely well at that weight, and I think we'll be looking for a pretty big total from her today.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving up now to the under 76s with Shania and Kelly.
Once again, close battle here. We have Shania coming back from APA Nationals over in March, and then we have Kelly returning to the platform now. Kelly's previous numbers, 190, 95, and 209 on the deadlift. So absolutely excited to see Kelly Basto on here today for SBD Australia.
Yeah, she's a bit of an unknown for some people, and Shania has had an incredible year. Her numbers are moving up, so it's going to be an incredibly close battle there in the under 76s. Now, into the under 84 kilo class, where we have and just as breaking news, Isabella has weighed in the 84s, so she'll now move up from the 76s to the under 84s today, and she'll be battling returning champ from the PA days, Yanni, and also Beth Parker returning from Nationals to defend her national title.
Yeah, this is actually a crazy mix-up. When you look at Nationals, Beth's going to go up against 2 other women now that she hasn't really faced in recent times. Isabella, one of those people that has done multiple weight classes, so incredible to see her battling it out with these people.
Yeah, it's going to be a great battle. Now moving into the men's. So starting at the top, Andrew True returning from his performance at Open Worlds in the under 66s. He'll be the only under 66 competing today.
Yep.
So a chance to push his totals up.
Total up. We also have Kian in the 74s. I believe Kian's the only 74 we've got.
Correct, yep.
And so he'll be looking to push that total as well.
Yeah.
Who have we got in the 83s, Chris?
Now we've got James Lee returning in the 83s. Always a fan favourite, James. A legend in the game, so it'd be great to see him out today. We've also got Emilio Caliao coming in as well in the under 83s, and they're both going head to head with current national champion Kana.
Yeah.
So Kana had a massive total at Nationals earlier this year.
Big day.
Just pushed out James Lee into that first position, and so he'll be looking for a big comeback after not being able to go to Worlds earlier this year.
Yeah.
So he'll be out for a big day.
Big change up in the national records, I think we're going to see with that class, Chris.
Absolutely, and they were already super high. So
Super high.
I'm excited for the 83s today. That's going to be huge.
What about our 93 lineup?
Wow, now this is the big one, right? So we have Josh Takua, probably one of the biggest names in Australian powerlifting at the moment.
Absolutely.
Has come over to APA from US APL, and that's going to be really interesting to see what he can put down today. Now, hot take, the 93s when we get to Nationals in February, next year, is going to be an incredibly stacked division.
Battle galore.
And today is going to be a great precursor for that one to see where Josh is at. But also, Ewan Belgrove, who was a junior champion and has eaten up from the 83s when he was a junior, now in the 93s.
Yep.
Did quite well at Nationals, got first place.
He is a world's athlete also.
He's a world's athlete as well. And I think he's had a bit more time now to fill out into the 93 kilo class. So I think he'll be looking for a big total today from his total at Nationals. So that's going to be exciting.
Their numbers are close. I'm looking at him here.
Yeah.
Tight.
That's tight, yeah.
I want to see that 800 total go down.
I think you're going to need at least 800 today in that
so.
category. Absolutely.
Now, 105, my personal favourite. Talk to me about who we got.
So 105, we've got 4 lifters here today. We've got, first up, returning Nationals competitor and Worlds competitor, Michael Rand. He'll be coming back in. We've also got Yanni Muselis, Tom Chaplin also returning from Nationals, and the other competitor coming in is Hung Fang. Now, this class at Open Nationals was arguably the best on the men's side in terms of the competitiveness.
Definitely.
With all 3 top lifters finishing on the same total, 822.5 if I remember correctly.
And I can say right now, they're all going to go well above 822.5 today.
Absolutely. So the 105s is going to be super exciting, just like the under 52s on the women's side of the draw. So can't wait to watch that one. And then finally, in the under 120 kilo class, we have Sam Butterworth returning. And Sam will be looking to put up a big total today.
I think Sam's looking to make a statement today. You know, being in that under 120, he didn't go to Worlds this year with Josh going. I think he's going to put a bit of a warning shot out to those 120s, which is now becoming quite a stacked class nationally with a lot of new names coming up on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big division. A lot of people coming up from juniors into it, putting out massive totals. So I'm really excited to see what Sam can do today. 2 national records in that category are still at the standard. So the squat and deadlift weren't broken at Nationals.
Correct.
So we'll be really keen to see if Sam can push one or both of those today. So let's watch out for that one.
We're going to see a lot of changing hands of national records today. Chips, everything's going to get played. I'm really excited. I know you guys are, so thank you so much for tuning in.
Let's quickly talk about the scoring system today for those at home who aren't aware. So this is not like a normal powerlifting meet where each weight class competes only against the other competitors in their weight class. Today we'll be competing percentage of the current national records in that weight class, essentially putting a level playing field across all of the competitors. So very much following the Sheffield format that you may be familiar with, but that's off the world record. Today we'll be doing the APA national records.
Yes.
So that's going to be really exciting.
Yep.
You can keep an eye on this on Lifting Cast. The scoreboards are there. You'll be able to see the percentage of national records, etc. So play along at home. We'll catch you back in about 5 minutes when the bar will be loaded for Zin, I believe, will be up first.
Thank
See
you,
you
Chris.
shortly.
See you shortly.
Thank you.
All right, welcome everyone. Joining me today for the SBD Australia Cup 2024. I'm Chris Andrews, and joining me in the booth this afternoon we have Matthew Bartholomew.
Hello.
Now Matt, today is going to be an incredible competition. We've got Xinyu Liang coming out first. She's got 1:30 on the bar. We'll be live in 5 seconds.
And the bar is loaded. Let's get a round of applause for Xinyu.
All right, event's kicking off.
So Xinyu, the current national champion in the under 52s, coming out to defend her title against a number of competitors here today.
We do really have a combination of lifters into this weight class from other classes, which is a very exciting way to, I guess, enter this first event for Australia. Because really it's one of those things where people are competing across classes, but to see people battle it out for the same records is very exciting.
Great lift there for Xinyu. Let's see what the refs say.
That is a no lift for Xinyu. Next up,
Now, she's got 2 reds from the sides, red cards, so she's got a depth call.
130 kilos on the bar.
And we can see on the replay there, we do have a good angle to sort of check that out, even though it's not the referee's angle. But when you do see unanimous reds from the sides there, it's a tough one to argue. You just got to come out and do it deeper. They can choose to take it further with the load or repeat.
So Vicky Janamakorn up now. She's got 130 on the bar for her opener as well. So Vicky, current national champion in the under 47 kilo class and competed with Lithuania earlier this year. But she's eaten up today into the under 52s. Like we talked about in the opener, the records are a bit lower. Let's see how Vicky goes here in this higher weight class. She makes extremely light work of that one. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights, of course. Vicky, a very experienced competitor.
Coming out for 130 kilos. And the bar is loaded for Kate.
All right, we have Kate Nax coming out now. So Kate, new competitor to the APA. So excited to see what she can do today. She did tell me before the comp that she does have a bit of an injury in her hamstring. But I'm hoping she can still put out a pretty awesome performance here this afternoon. Well, and that looks very good. What do you think there, Matt?
Looking really strong, and it's exactly how we want an opener to look. Nice and smooth, pretty effortless. Depth looking great. We did get 1 red from a side there, so that's something that's a bit of a caution to coach an athlete to come out and make sure we're at least going that deep, if not a little bit deeper. And the reality is that the refereeing standard is going to be the absolute highest because records are on the line officially at this event.
Absolutely.
And the bar is loaded for Liz.
Liz Craven, the legend, coming out now. Liz is probably one of the most celebrated lifters in Australian powerlifting. It's been in the game for a long time. And she's returning to the under 52 kilo class here today. She's been up in the under 57s for the last year or so. And she has to do a little bit of work there in the middle, but all good. Should be 3 whites there. Yes, it is.
Next up, we have Kate Atia coming out for 150 kilos for her opener squat.
And so Liz will be one to keep an eye out for. Definitely a competitor for the overall winner here today. We'll see how that progresses throughout the day. And coming out next, we'll have Kate Adia in the under 69 kilo class. She'll be opening up on 150 kilos here today. Kate had a great performance earlier in the year at Nationals.
And the bar is loaded for Kate.
Let's go, Kate!
And really what we're hoping to see from these lifters, some more seasoned than others, is to come out, shake the nerves a little bit, make sure they're hitting standards, get on the board and start their day.
And Kate moves that one quite nicely.
3
white lights. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Getting that first spot on the board, always a bit nerve-wracking, especially when you have 3 national refs here today. The standards are going to be spot on.
It's also the first event of its kind in Australia, and I think that, you know, rightfully so, all these lifters would be putting a fair amount of pressure on themselves. Some will handle it better than others, and that's exactly what we're here to watch today. We're here to see which lifters crack and which lifters thrive. Hopefully as many as possible thrive, but we will see what these lifters are made of.
Absolutely, and speaking about experienced competitors, Beth Parker coming out now in the under 84 kilo class, starting at 170. as we would expect from someone like Beth. Absolutely smokes that first squat. 3 white lights.
Beth has been on the national stage many a time, international stage many a time. So, you know, like I said before, these lifters are all extremely strong, but we do have a variety of experience.
And the bar is loaded for Kelly.
Kelly Bastow coming out now. And I do believe that Kelly has been around the game for a long time as well. Had a couple of years
Extremely
off.
experienced.
And she's opening on 170 as well, which is a huge squat in the under 76 kilo class. Yeah, makes the light work of that one. Great looking opener. See what the refs think.
2 white lights for Kelly.
2 to 1. Good lift. Blue card there from one of the side refs.
170 kilo open squat.
And Brittany Romas coming out now. Another incredibly experienced lifter. Winning the 69 kilo category at Nationals in 2022 and the under 76 kilo category at Nationals earlier this year. And went to Lithuania for Worlds. She'll be looking to put in a big total today. She said she's feeling really good at this lighter weight category. Well, Matt, it's a little bit of work.
Yeah, it was still smooth, and it looked under the surface like there wasn't a lot of effort going in. So whilst it didn't move very quickly, for a lot of lifters, that can still mean there's plenty of kilos left in the tank. So I think if we watch each of these lifters and the trends that occur throughout the day, we will see that difference. Some lifters will come out and absolutely blow up that opener. Others will move a little more steadily like that, but it won't get much slower as we progress. It'll just kind of stay steady. So
Absolutely. And now we've got Shania Radke coming out, opening on 170 as well. A lot of lifters opening on the 170 today. Shania's in the under 76 kilo class. I believe came second at Nationals earlier this year.
and fairly newly to the class, so has had the opportunity to reap the rewards of, you know, higher levels of nutrition, putting on a little bit of body weight, which can be really, really helpful, particularly when it comes to the squat and the bench. But I have seen that a lot of her lifts have been moving really, really well, not just this prep, but in the prior prep. See what she can do here. Looking steady there.
Yep, nice and steady opener. Look pretty deep from where we're sitting. Yep, 3 white lights, good lift.
And again, we are expecting these lifts to be steady, these lifts to be smooth, and we can see here in the replays that we're getting that nice even foot pressure, dunking it into depth well and getting a nice push through. It's a really nice view actually to make sure we can sort of get that idea of where depth really is. So really awesome that we have these replays here, but we're expecting to see these lifters hitting depth, moving smoothly and having plenty of room in the tank for the rest of the day. But what I will also say, from a tactical perspective, some lifters will be trying to play their day like a normal comp, and others might be making more aggressive attempts than usual because of the nature of the competition.
Here's Yanni Zhao out now, speaking of big opening squats, 190 kilos on the bar for her opener. Yanni is returning to the platform. Excited to see what she can do today. Wow. Moves like an opener should. We're going to see a big squat from her this afternoon. 3 white lights. And staying at the 190 mark, we have another legend of the game, Isabella von Wiesberg, coming in. Now, she's been around for a long time, Matt, competing for Sweden? Switzerland?
Sweden,
yes.
Yeah, so Isabella has a long history in the sport. She is an elite lifter in her own right. A lot of experience, has spent some time in and out of the sport, so it is fantastic to see her back at an event like this, and we hope to see her continue to compete at a really high level from here.
Absolutely. Well, it moves extremely easy. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights, good lifts.
Now, I'm not entirely sure what the intended weight class was or what the expected weight class was for Isabella, but she has competed a lot in the 72s when it was 72s and then more recently the 76s. So I don't know whether that was a surprise situation into the 84s to kind of throw a bit of a curveball, or whether that was something everyone expected.
Yeah, look, I don't think it was expected, but whether it was strategic or not, I'm not certain what the game plan is, but maybe we can find out later in the break.
I mean, when we see 84 total at 5'10", 76 total at 4'9", I mean, to not have to cut 15 kilos, it's a reasonable play.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go, back to the top of the flight. Xin Liang coming out now. She's jumped up 7.5.
It's a really important lift here. Having missed the opener, it's important to get on the board. They have decided to increase, which has its risks, but it can absolutely pay off. Okay, we can see she's tried hard to push in there. The referee's verdict is, unfortunately, 3 reds, unanimous. And this is where it's going to be a really important decision whether to continue to go up. Weights are moving reasonably well, but we do have to make sure that those standards are met and we are getting that hip crease below the top of the knee to get on the board. So you can already see, expected outcomes are already changing based on what some may have predicted. And this is the nature of competition, especially at a very high level.
And Vicky Kay coming out now. She's taken a 7.5 kilo jump as well. Opener moved very nicely. Let's see how she handles this one. Nice and controlled, moves it very well.
That's very strong lifting from Vicky. Being someone who trains with Vicky from time to time at Breakthrough, seeing her squat, that's actually a pretty well-paced squat. It's actually, she's not working too hard yet, so I would expect a pretty sizable increase from here. And as we mentioned, she's not cutting to her normal 47, and you can see that holds you in good stead, feeling just a little bit less depleted, not having to stress about that weight cut. These are all important factors.
Absolutely. Kate Juriampalo coming out now. She's got 142.5, 12.5 kilo jump here for her second. It's a sizable jump for an under 52 kilo lifter.
And I'll just add 142.5 for the second, and we have a 148 squat record in the 52. Wow. So we may well see an attempt here.
Pacing for that record. Let's see how she handles this.
Absolutely. Let's see what we think this looks like relative to that 148. Okay, she's been asked to replace the bar here, which means they're unhappy with something about position. I think I've seen the word knees has been said by head referee. So essentially, if the side referee maintains their hand up and the front ref agrees, it's a majority situation, they will be asked to replace, told what was wrong with the position, and then they can go again. It's tiring, but hopefully we still see a strong squat here.
She gets the call this time, locks those knees out.
Wow.
Okay, I think she's pacing well for that record, mate.
Okay, so let's just watch this on replay. That was a really, probably the first really thrilling moment of the competition where we've seen a, moment where the lifters had to re-rack the barbell. Not an easy thing to do. There's a lot of exertion in that unrack. And then absolutely smoked that weight to depth and done a brilliant, brilliant job. The composure is something to admire. So I'm hoping that we do see a record attempt here.
Well, and speaking of record attempts, we have Liz coming at 145, just under that 52 kilo record.
This is where it gets fun.
So Liz will be pacing for it as well.
That's right. A couple lifters coming out saying, hey, I'm right here. What are you going to attempt? Liz does get the benefit here of going afterwards and does get eyes on what is being lodged previously.
Well, it's a little bit of work for Liz there, Matt. Moves it well, though. Oh, and unfortunately, 2-1, no lift.
We almost saw a bit of a mishap from the spotters there. Okay, so no lift, which definitely puts an interesting decision into Alex's hands around whether he looks for a retake or trusts that Liz can clutch it up and take a little bit more, which I would say would be a likely choice, to be honest with you. If you're going to trust a lifter can clutch up, Liz Craven's one that you can trust. But this is where all these decisions are very interesting around what are you going to attempt on your third? Do you believe the other lifter who's attempting the record will make or miss? This is where the fun begins.
Kate Adia now under 69 kilo class. She's jumped to 157.5. And moves it quite well.
Yeah,
Let's see what the refs have to say. Yeah, unfortunately, just from where we were sitting, it did look a touch high, and the refs agreed. But strength was there.
She's moved it well, you know. We get that replay angle to have a look, and it is one of those things where you can start to compare and contrast some of these other lifts that are getting clear whites, and then the situations where lifters are getting reds. And as we mentioned, these records are on the line into the books. We are seeing the absolute highest standing of refereeing.
Here comes Shania now. 180, 10 kilo jump for her second. Moved her opener well.
I'll mention as well, the 76 squat record currently stands at 187.5, just a mere 7.5 up from this attempt.
Okay. Okay, a little bit of work there in the middle, but I think she moved it quite well. She may be in range, 7.5 more.
I think she's likely in range from a strength perspective. However, I think that the coaches and the athletes are starting to heed some of the red lights, and they are taking it that little bit deeper, and we can see it's a bit more work getting up out of the hole. I don't imagine there'll be an attempt record there in terms of just the risk to reward of the overall day.
Yep.
But it remains to be seen, and I think, you know, either choice is completely fair. At the end of the day, this is the competition where you put it all out there.
Yeah, I agree. And here comes Brittany Romas now. She's jumped up 10.5. Okay, she must be attempting the record here, Matt.
That is, yeah. So the current record on the 69s is 180. This is a 180.5. When you are attempting records, you are allowed to take half kilo increments, and we're seeing that in practice here. This is the first record attempt of the day.
Let's see. Brittany's moved well above this in the higher weight class. Let's see how she handles it here. Well, a little bit of work, but nice and smooth the whole way. Potentially extend that a little bit further. Great work there.
And there it is, the first record of the day.
Next up, we have Beth Parker coming out for 182.5.
It was a really great squat, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
See on the replay there, in total control, had to do work, but really held position
Slow into the
beautifully.
hole, holds position well. Nice squat.
And the bar
Beautifully.
is loaded for Beth.
Beth Parker coming out now. She's jumped up 12.5 to 182.5.
So once again, I'll flag that the 84 squat record is a 190 standard, which means that the standard was set at the inception of APA and hasn't been broken, which means lifters can match that record to take it. 182.5 here, squat second for Beth Parker. Oh.
Well, does that mean that Yanni might have set the squat record on her first? She opened on 190, yeah?
Let's just rewind back and have a look at that, because that might actually be true.
Yeah.
Stands at 187.
Great work there from Beth. She gets a good lift. And Kelly Basto now coming out for 188. 18 kilo jump here from her first. That's a big jump, but incredibly experienced lifter. And this would get that half kilo chip above the current national record. These chips will become more important when we get to the end of the day.
All right, Kelly here with 188 in the 76s, which is half a kilo over the current record.
Oh, moves it well. She's got a bit more in the tank there to extend that record even further on a third.
Plenty more.
Oh, unfortunately, we've got two red lights with blue cards. I want to see what the refs have had to say. Blue is can be for a number of things.
Let's check out the replay, have a look, see what's going on.
And the bar is loaded.
All right, Yanni now coming back out. Yeah, she did open on 190, so she just locked in the national record for her opener. She jumped up to 200 now.
So you actually missed that. You know, maybe not expecting that on openers,
Being the
but there it is.
standard,
Yeah. So Yanni currently holding the record, moving into second attempts. Okay. Moves it well.
Yeah, she's got room to extend that on the third.
Three whites.
Three whites, good lift.
National records. We're now going to see Isabella von Rosenberg come out for 200.5 kilos to now take that.
Coming out next, we'll have Isabella. She jumped up 10.5, so we'll have another national record attempt here.
And the bar is loaded for Isabella. National record attempt.
This is where these kinds of events get so exciting.
Yeah, so Izzy looking for the 0.5 kilo chip here over Yanni.
Keeping in mind, you get the prize money if you are the one to hold the record at the end of the flight, end of the group. Oh my.
Well, it moves very well. Let's see what the refs think.
And we have a new
And they're happy. We have a very cool battle going down. And I wonder how these coaches will be playing it back there, because they are back to back. You are able to wait and watch to see what happens if you're deciding, say, Hazy for Yanni, what they're going to attempt next, to kind of indicate who's going to be left with the record. Or are you playing the longer game to just take what you can, take a record if you can, and so on?
Absolutely. All right, back to the top of the flight. Zin now coming out. She's going to reattempt 137.5. She needs this lift to get on the board. You must make one successful lift in each of the 3 disciplines. Let's go, Zin. She's been a touch shy on depth in the first 2. Let's see if she can sink it. And sink it she does.
Big ups from the crowd here supporting her.
Let's see what the refs think.
We'd love to see it.
Yeah, look, just seems a bit. Seems like she's having a bit of trouble with one hit there. She seems to be shifting to one side and struggling to get depth because of it. But she hits depth on that lift. That's a great attempt. She's on the board.
And when you have lifters of different leverages, that's going to look and feel different. It can be genuinely harder for some lifters to hit depth, and that's okay. At the end of the day, she's on the board. Well done on the bench and deadlift for her.
That's it. And coming out now, Vicky, she's jumped up another 5 kilos, 142.5. Opener was nice and controlled the whole way through. See if she can add the extra 5 kilos here to a total.
I'm expecting that the strategy here is to take the kilos that she can on the squat, not looking even anywhere near that record, or she's 5-6 kilos away from it, but not too worried about it. Oh, yes. That's a great squat there from Vicky. 3 white lights. She's thrilled. She's jumping up and down, absolutely stoked.
Excellent attempt selection there.
I know this competition's very meaningful for Vicky off the back of her experience at Worlds. For those who don't know, she had an unfortunate bomb on bench. Opinions vary on that, but today is very meaningful as somewhat of a comeback comp.
Absolutely. Liz Craven coming out now. She's going to reattempt the 145.
All right, so this is a great choice when it comes to picking up kilos and not risking anything else happening. This is important kilos for Liz coming in as one of the favourites in this competition.
Yeah, Liz has the big deadlift. She just needs to keep her squats, grab every kilo she can.
Yeah, she's sunk that. She's sunk that, and I would expect that we get exactly what we've seen there, 3 whites. I don't usually like calling it before the refs do, but sometimes you really can see.
Yeah.
She's done a great job there of leaving absolutely no doubts and securing the kilos, and it was a good choice. When she's sinking it to that degree, that was a tough lift.
Absolutely. Now, Kate Nax coming out now above the national record. She's going to attempt 150.5. And she's got an injury, she tells me. It's not showing so far. She is squatting beautifully this morning, this afternoon.
Absolutely is. So this is a pretty sizable increase to the record, 148. It's the record coming into this event, and we're looking at a 150.5 kilo squat attempt from a 52 kilo female or under 52 kilo female. This is impressive stuff.
See if she can get these knees locked first go. Looks like it from where we're sitting. And just not quite there today, unfortunately, for Kate. She'll walk away with the 142.5, though. Keeps her in contention. nice and close to Liz.
We'll check out the replay here. It's always interesting to see how the body moves and what happens when a lifter just misses the mark a little bit. And I would say that just didn't look like the right position for her relative to the previous attempt. Sometimes when lifters are really thinking about getting to depth, they can come back to their heels quite a lot, and that does look like what happened there. Didn't really look like she had the opportunity to give it some work, which, again, that's going to happen from time to time, especially when you're attempting, around that triple body weight mark for a squat.
Here comes Kate Adia out now, 160 on the bar. Just jumping up to 2.5, missed her second on depth. Let's see how she goes here. Yeah, just knee shifted a little bit there into the hole and pushed her out of position, but she'll walk away with the 150 from her opener.
It was a good effort, and as I mentioned previously, we see this very often, one, at national events, and then two, at events like this where we do have national caliber referees, is the standard's a little different, it's a little more harsh, and then you have to move differently to just achieve that little bit more depth, and that can be your undoing. It changes where your strength markers lie.
And here comes Shania now. She's jumped up 2.5 kilos to 182.5. A little bit of work for a second. I think 2.5 is a good choice here for a third. Just grab every extra kilo she can.
Yeah, we commented before that we didn't expect to see a record loaded here. We've seen something a little bit more modest going on the bar. And as you mentioned, picking up kilos, having a little bit of foresight for the day.
Yeah, she'll pull out a big deadlift later, so she just needs to stay in contention here.
Absolutely. We've seen strong squatting so far. I'm expecting this to be just the same. Let's go. Lovely work. Hopefully we're all good on standards there, because that was a really nice squat. 2-1, good left.
Yeah, moved better than her second, to be honest. So that's great to see from Shania. Does well. And Brittany Romas now coming out 185.5, jumping that national record by another 5 kilos.
Brittany, a two-time world athlete.
Second was a little bit of work. So 5 kilo jump here. Let's see how she handles it. Again, squatted a lot more than this at the high body weight, but that cut, can hurt a little bit in the squat and the bench press particularly.
New national record attempt, and the bar is loaded for Brittany.
And here comes Brittany.
So 5.5 kilos over the record when the event started. Previous squat looked very strong. And it was with Brittany, we were sort of commenting on the opener at 170. Okay, didn't look super fast, but we've seen that maintenance of pace, if anything, looking better and better as she's been loading up.
Yeah, and that 185.5, that moves just as well as the 180.5 did. Let's see what the refs have to
And
say.
that record is going home with Brittany today.
Takes the squat record in the
Really excellent,
76.
and such a wonderful use of coming towards the midline with the legs to really press into the ground and finish that squat. You will see that a lot today with these maximal squats, is lifters using strategies with their bodies with the first and foremost goal in mind of standing up. And that's what we're seeing there.
Okay, bar is loaded now for Beth Parker. She is jumping up 5 kilos. 187.5. She's getting hyped. See a big squat here from Beth. Stalks the bar. She wants this. It's been a tough year for Beth. A couple of injuries she's been working through. Well, she moves that very, very well.
And that is 3-1 live for Beth Parker.
Done beautifully there, and I'd say adjusted attempts well to the conditions of the day and maximised the squatting kilos for herself, which is exactly what we want to see. And it's what we do see from not only the seasoned lifters, but the seasoned coaches who are here to help their lifters maximise their day.
Absolutely. All right, Kelly Bastow now coming out. She's jumped up 3 kilos. She missed the second with some blue cards. We're not exactly sure what for, but let's see how she goes here. Strength wasn't a problem.
191 in the 76ers. This is a record attempt. Wow.
And again, moves it very well. Let's see what the refs say.
The record goes
3 white lights, she takes
Wonderful.
home the squat record, 191.
That is also what you see from lifters like Kel, who've done countless competitions over many, many years, is this ability to adjust and adapt, not stress out, keep a cool head. And you can see that even though she's made sure all the standards are that little bit better there, she looked very comfortable, stable, locked in.
Yeah, never looked like a problem. Here comes Yanni now. She's jumped up another 5.5 kilos to 205.5. Should be a big squat record here if successful. First 2 lifts have moved well.
Nice, come on, come on. Let's go, Yanni. Let's go.
Very close. Wow.
Yeah, she's tried to squat that a lot faster than her previous 2 attempts. She just doesn't quite get through that sticking point, but had to try and keep those kilos. Her and Izzy going back and forward with the squat record all afternoon.
That miss really changes a lot for this 84 battle. However, I will say with the squat, I've seen a lot of Yanni's training. That fast descent is pretty regular for her. So, you know, I think perhaps it might have just been a case of a bit too much, and that's going to happen a bit. We've got a game of inches, you know.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
206 here for Isabella von Weisenberg, here to show us what she's all about. It was strong. I'm interested to see the call here from the referees.
Yeah, just as
3 white lights, which is fantastic. She is hitting the exact spot she needs to hit today, which is really, really impressive. And once again, shows the experience. Despite that little bit of time off, you know, no issues at all. It's like riding a bike, apparently.
Yeah, she's an incredible squatter, and she's done extremely well today to walk away with that record, 206 kilos. And we're into the men's now. Andrew True.
Straight into it.
Big
My boy Andrew.
Base. Big support base here for Andrew today. Again, returning from Worlds in Lithuania, where he had a good session there in the under 66s. He's going to open on 220 today.
He's got that fresh fade, locked in, ready to show us what he's got.
Andrew, our only 66 kilo competitor here today, but again, we are competing over the whole field. He moves that extremely well for his opener.
Once again, I train a little bit with Andrew. I sort of know what his lifts generally look like. It's not often you actually see Andrew squat a weight quickly. Like, that was a quick squat. He normally moves through pretty steadily. He's got quite long legs. But that was a very, very quick squat, so I'm interested to see what he can do, aware that the 66 kilo squat record is 234.
James Lee out now in the under 83 kilo class. He's going to open up on 235.
Also trained quite a bit with James. It'll be great to see what he can do today.
Wow.
He looks good there.
Very quick opener there for James. Depth looks good.
Now, we have actually asked the lifters if they've gone through any challenges during the prep. James has had an MRI 1 week out with a grade 3 chondral fibrillation on the right knee, which is essentially an issue with the cartilage. So he is working today with that. And you would be surprised. Like, I look through these questions I send out, there's a lot of challenges that lifters have fought through in prep, which is not uncommon, and it's going to be good to talk about that a little bit throughout the competition. Sometimes we look at the elite lifters as just, you know, they don't go through any hardships or anything like that, but a lot of these lifters are in here either with current injuries or work through some pain or lifestyle things, so it's going to be great to shed some light on that today.
Emilio Caliao now coming out with 240 on the bar. He's also in the 83 kilo class.
Joins us from USAPL.
That moves very well. Depth looked great. I don't think the rest will have any problems. And Emilio is an absolute character. Had a great chat with him out the back during the weigh-ins.
He is a character in the best way.
And the bar is loaded for Keon.
All right, Kian Babay Sumyagi coming out now. He's in our under 74 kilo class today. He's going to open on 250 kilos. It's a massive opener in the under 74 kilo class. Great to see it.
I would expect Kean to be targeting the total record and obviously having his eyes set on the overall rankings. But it will also be interesting to see whether he comes close to the squat record being 283.
Yeah, he's a big up-and-comer in the sport. And that moves extremely well. I'm excited to see what he can spot today.
Next up, we have Kana Shambara coming out for 260.
And Kana Shambara coming out now. 265 kilos for his opener. Current under 83 kilo national champion.
And the bar is loaded for Kana.
Kana's a very impressive lifter. Always trains extremely well to the standards. And in the short time that we've seen him competing, we have seen some really immaculate lifting. John is his coach. This is home turf for him here at City Strength.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think he went 9 from 9 at Nationals. Had an amazing day. Just a very clean lifter. And that opener is exactly what we'd expect. Very clean. Depth looked great from where we're sitting. 3 white lights.
And this is the kind of opener we think about the percentages. 265 as an opener means we're likely going to see him in the realms of that record, which I believe is his.
And the bar is loaded for Michael Rand.
Yeah, Kana's 290.5 was the squat record. Here we have Michael Rand coming out to a 272.5 squat opener. Competing in the 105 kilo class, we do know there are a number of 105 kilo competitors, very similar to the accumulation of lifters in the 52 kilo class. Less so because of weight class movement, but all the same, very exciting to see a bunch of these lads battling it out in the same weight class for the same records.
Yeah, and the 105 is an exciting weight category. All finished, top 3 finished on the same weight at Nationals early in the year. It was decided on body weight. Michael being one of those 3.
Wow.
Sinks it in.
So that's a very strong squat, clearly a very deep squat as well by the 3 whites, and that's moving well for Michael again. Have a bit of experience with Michael. I've actually game day coached him before. That's a nice looking squat there and a very respectable load for his liking.
Yeah, Michael knows his body, so he'll pick good attempts today.
The bar is loaded
So
for
with
Tom.
these 105s coming out, we've got Tommy now. We do essentially have a rematch of the competitors from Nationals minus the winner. But additional to that, we also have a Hung, who we'll see soon, coming over from the USAPL. That's the situation for the 105s today. And we have Tom Chaplin opening at 275.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing battle. Nice and fast there for Tom.
And it's a good leap and speedy opener.
And Tom, despite coming 3rd at Nationals, is actually the national record holder because he hit it first. He went first in the deadlifts, and with the records, it is who hits it first, not who is lighter on body weight. So different winner, but Tom holds the record, so he'll be interested in extending that or defending it today for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. All those lifters tying first, second, and third. The winner comes down to who is lightest. But as you mentioned, the first person to hit the record maintains the record. You cannot beat a record by tying it.
And here comes Hung now with 280 on the bar for his opener. Excited to see what he can do today here, like you said, mixing it up with these other 3 amazing talents in this class.
Again, very experienced lifter, has competed across several weight classes.
Wow.
That is a very strong squat.
Speedy opener for Hung and 2 white
Standards
lights.
look great. Good to see on the replay there, the general action of things. We do have the spotters standing there, but you can still see what's going on. Really good balance, really good depth.
And he gets 2 to 1 there. Just got a blue card from one of the refs, but no issues. He's on the board.
So there are other things the referees are assessing for, like standing relatively upright at the start of the squat, which is usually called, you can be told to replace the barbell if you aren't doing that. You also need to make sure that you have locked out knees. Things like this are important just as much as hitting depth in the squat. And sometimes you can get 1 red for that, but still be allowed to actually make the attempt.
All right, Sam Butterworth out now in the under 120 class, 287.5. He'll be looking for a big day today. Opener moves incredibly well. I think we'll see some big jumps from Sam. And then we should see a huge deadlift from him when we get to thirds later in the day.
Once again, so far things are going as you would expect for openers. Things are looking smooth. Things are looking deep. We do have lifters aware, they do have the benefit of having witnessed or at least heard about the standards on the previous group of the girls. So they might have come out just a little bit more aware of these factors, right?
For sure. Josh Takua out now, another lifter coming across from USAPL. And he's going to be exciting today versus Ewan in the under 93 kilo class. He's going to open on 295.
And even despite the 93 kilo battle that'll happen there, Josh is a clear favourite for the overall today. It'll be interesting to see how his competition lifts weigh up relative to his training lifts, and also his competition lifts in other federations, right? Once again, we've been speaking a lot about the standard today, and this is going to be really good to witness how Josh goes.
Absolutely. See how he handles 295.
You can see lifters come out in a different manner of emotions or settledness. We have 20 seconds left here for Josh. He's not too phased by that. This is his process. What you don't want when this is happening is to be told to re-rack the barbell.
Yeah, absolutely.
One referee did keep the hand up. I'll be interested to see what the call is on this. He has gotten 3 red lights, which isn't surprising watching the lift. He has pulled up a little bit there, and we can see on the replay. You can't really see on the replay because of the spotters, but it is a reality of being a big guy with big legs. That it can be, you have to be a little bit more convincing, and the same exists with the women as well. Different builds cause a different perception of depth, so we are going to need Josh to take it a little bit deeper there. It'll be interesting to see whether he retakes or whether he increases.
Absolutely. Yanni Marcellus out now in the 105s as well. He's going to open on 295. Yeah, I did think it looked a touch high from where we're sitting, Matty, but I'm sure he can re-grab that on his second. Yanni absolutely smokes that 295.
That's strong. 3 white lights. That's exactly how you want your opener to look. Looking like a warm-up in the back room, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Strong man.
Yanni's a very, very strong squatter. To his credit, he's a strong lifter from a total perspective too. Hence the 822.5. Not done at the same event, not at the Nationals. He'd done that at the prior state event alongside Michael Rand. And a squat like that to start things off, I think we're going to see him sail past that.
Absolutely. And speaking of very strong squatters, Ewan Belgrove here, one of the strongest male squats in Australia.
300 beers on the back.
Interested to see how Ewan goes today. He competed 93s at Nationals for the first time. He's had a bit more time to fill out the weight class, so keen to see how he goes today. Wow. Beautiful opener there for Ewan.
Really good to see that from Ewan. I think I'm correct in saying that he had an experience of bombing at an international event because of depth. Yep. It's a hard way to learn, and the standards, once again, they are different from competition to competition based on how qualified the referees are. So it's great to see him open his day with 3 white lights. That's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew True now back to the top of the flight. He's going to jump up 10 kilos to 230 kilos. Not far below the record, 234 from memory in this weight class. So if he's successful here, he's pacing well to push that record. But let's see how he goes here with his second. Well, he has to work for it. Just gets tipped a little bit, but gets through. Let's see what the refs say.
Three
white
white
lights.
for Andrew. Good lift. Next up we have James Lee, 260 kilos for his second squat. And the bar is loaded for James.
And James Lee out now, jumping up 15 kilos to 250 for his second attempt.
Really solid jump there. Really strong. He looks quite pleased with that. And it is a fair margin under what James has done before in competition. And once again, reflecting on the fact that he has come in with a bit of an injury and he is making it work. It's always admirable to see people continue with their day and still compete regardless.
And Emilio Caliao coming out now. He's jumped up 12.5. He's open and moved extremely well. Makes light work of that second on the side of the silver.
Really smooth.
Three white lights there for Emilio.
Coming out for 265 kilos. And the bar is loaded for Keon.
Squat second attempt coming out at 265 kilos in the 74 kilo class. Edging his way towards where the record currently lies at 283, I would say it's unlikely that we see that attempt jump, but I'll be interested to see how this moves and what strategies we see play out. Once again, some lifters are kind of coming with tunnel vision, looking for a record on an individual lift, and others are going to be playing the longer game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he gets through it, a little bit of work there in the middle, but does well. See what the rest have to say.
Does quite well, and I would expect perhaps 5 kilos added to that, maybe if you're ambitious a little bit more. Yep. But again, to repeat myself, we are seeing lifters adjust their plans for the standards of the day.
Yeah, gets 2-1 on that one. Good lift, so great work there for Kian.
And the bar is loaded for
Kana now coming back out. He has jumped up 20 kilos, sizable jump. Opener looked very nice. Kana does normally take quite big jumps, so the 20 kilo jump is not unexpected. Depth looks good from here, moves it well.
Looking really, really steady there, and we are seeing Kana put on an absolute clinic when it comes to the standards. White lights all day, 265 and 285, looking like first and seconds should. And as mentioned previously, this is someone who looks to be pacing well past his current record of 290.5. Will we see a 300 kilo squat from Kana?
Potentially, it's in range. Here comes Michael Round now, 292.5. Another sizable jump.
Yeah, so 20 kilo jump here from Michael, which again, when you work out the percentages, we do expect to see larger jumps for the larger lifts. But considering Michael's recently been about that 300 mark in competition, it is looking like he's pacing nicely here. You can never underestimate Michael Rand. He's been competing for a long time. We call him Farm Boy Strong. When he's on, he's on.
Absolutely.
Wowee.
Well, he's looking pretty on, so let's see if 300 plus is there today.
I'm going to say he's got 12 to 15 in the tank there.
Yeah, I'd agree.
have seen him work remarkably harder than that. It would be surprising to see anything less than 305 on the bar for the third attempt there. Let's see.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And here comes Tom Chaplin. He's jumped up to 292.5 as well.
This is a pretty modest jump. I'm aware that Tom has had a strong squatting prep. Just going to refer back here. He has squatted 292.5 during this prep, which is exactly this second attempt. But he's noted that he has been managing a little bit of knee pain.
Okay.
So aware of that, you know, you're going to reflect that in your attempts. And once again, this is a total specialist. He doesn't need to go crazy on any one lift. He needs to bag the kilos that are there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tom is a technician in the squat. If you watch him here. Really nice.
He's got plenty more in the tank there.
And I would say that with that context of knowing that he's been managing a little bit of knee pain, you know, you can see he's working through. He's allowing himself to pace. He's not overdoing it. He's making sure, you know, he needs to stay healthy along the whole day. These are all considerations lifters are going to make. So he looks good. He looks confident. I would expect 7 to 10 kilos bet out to the bar there, no problems. But it'll be interesting to see what decision is made. Now, here we go. This is going to be a very interesting squat that really changes the course of the day.
Yeah, Josh Takua coming back out now for his second. Decided to stay with the 295 and get it locked in. Missed his opener on depth.
I think this is a wise move.
Yeah.
Aware of the totals coming into the competition, really the remark from me was one missed lift from Josh opens the door for other lifters in the 105s to potentially challenge, and other lifters in the 83s to potentially challenge, 74s. This is going to tell us a lot. This is going to really set the course in motion for the day.
Let's see.
Referee saying Josh is on the
Very
board.
white lights.
All right, so we've got 2 whites there, 1 red, so there's still a referee that isn't happy with depth. And you can see there that the difference between the pacing out of the hole of the squat itself, it changes what you have. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see what was the expected top end from Josh versus what's the top end he's going to be able to hit to depth.
Yeah,
that's the question, right?
Absolutely. Hung Fang now coming out, 20 kilo jump here from 280 up to 300, which will just put him out in front in the 105s at the moment by 7.5 kilos if successful.
We saw a really, really strong opener. No issues on depth from Hung here. 280 going plus 20, pretty routine. I think that 300 is what he hit when he did his 822.5 at 98 kilos.
Well, it moves pretty well for him.
He's moved pretty well there. It looked a little bit disjointed relative to some of the training that I've seen from him. He still obviously moved through it fine, but I think he can squat better, and he's probably saying that to the coach right now. You can sort of see it, the expression on his face when he walked it in. He's sort of almost internally shaking the head at himself. But he's on the board there with the 300, which, like I mentioned before, he hit 822.5. I think it was a day or 2 later after the Nationals for APA, but he did it at sub 100 kilos. So what we see him add to that squat is going to be telling for what we see him add to that total.
All right, Sam Butterworth out now, jumping up to 302.5. And Sam moves that very nicely. Let's see what the refs have to say. Good
Beautiful.
lift there for Sam.
Beautiful effort here. So I can tell you that Sam has hit 307.5 as his last heady squat of this prep, but he has hit 315 in August. So it'll be interesting to see what we can see from him in the competition environment. And, you know, to contrast some of the other lifters I've mentioned, you know, Sam says he's had quite a smooth prep. He's definitely been looking good on the socials, watching his training. It looks like he's been chugging along really nicely across all 3 lifts, which is great to see.
Here comes Yanni coming out now. He's going to jump up to 313 kilos, which will be a national record if successful.
So currently, Murdad owns the squat record at 312. This is a choice to go a whole kilo above that. It's one of those things where you can take the half kilo increments, you know, but your plan mightn't be that. You can go 313 because your trajectory, you might be going for 321 today, 322, you never know. We'll see how this 313 moves, but looking to claim the squat record here.
Depth That was great. Moves it well.
You can't do much better than that.
Absolutely not.
When you see a squat like that with such finesse and control, this is a strong, strong guy today. You know, like I said, Yanni has an incredible total. He's very, very strong on the squat. If he can start his day well and lock in something on this third, not only walk away with the record, but also walk into bench press and deadlift with a very strong start.
Yeah, absolutely. Ewan Belgrove now come out. He's jumping up 15 kilos to 315.
So 310 is the record coming into the event owned by Ewan. He's looking to now take 5 kilos and extend his own record. Once again, you know, we have this 93 situation where Josh struggled with his opener with regard to the standards, made it on his second. Ewan's still moving forward. So what we're going to see happen playing the numbers playing out today.
Still looks great there for Ewan.
It's very steady, very strong squat. What I will say about Ewan's lifting is his tendency to move weights extremely well. And from the outside looking in, a set can look quite easy, and under the surface it can be a bit hard. So on that particular squat, I'm not expecting a big jump, but I'll be interested to see. I would expect maybe a 5 kilo jump or something like that. Because he did move through well, but it wasn't the fastest squat.
Absolutely. Andrew True now back to the top of the order, 234.5. Looking to chip the record by
which is his own record, 234, and taking that half kilo push here. And just a small jump, really, from that second. And that can be a strategy sometimes for our lighter weight lifters, is the smaller jumps. Sometimes it gives you a bit more preparedness if you've had something heavy on the second.
Yeah, the 230 was tough for him, so let's see how he goes here.
Again, as mentioned, like he tends to look quite tough, but he's fine. So
yeah,
we'll see how he goes here. Yeah, he's done well there. It's a good choice. Yeah, the crowd's going wild for that. That's a record there, 234.5, and a really good squat. Let's watch it on the replay. You see, he's dunked it in beautifully. Fights through the middle really, really nicely, and that's not too much of a drama there for him. He maybe even had a couple kilos there.
Yeah, it does real well. That's a nice squat. Emilio Callao now coming out.
I'm going to have to say, it's one of the things I enjoy the most about commentating or even just watching, is watching how differently people move and watching how things change as someone gets closer to their max.
Yeah, absolutely. 7.5 kilo jump here, up to 260 kilos for Emilio. First two squats have moved very well.
Let's go, Emilio.
A really great pick and a really great execution. Really not much left in the tank there, which once again, when you're coming in as a lifter who doesn't have the strongest squat relative to the other 83s, but it's going to come through with a massive deadlift, making kilos and sort of maximizing the squat to your best of your ability is a really, really good goal, and he's done a great job there.
Yeah, absolutely. James Lee now coming out, 265 kilos, 15 kilo jump up from his second.
It just goes to show how strong James is. Like, there are points where this is not far off an opener for him, so to come out still, having had the prep that he's had and looking at a 265 is really impressive. Yeah, he's fired up there. And it is one of those things when you go through some strife in your training or go through some setbacks, it can really bring about that emotional response where he's just stoked to be here, but also he's nailed that squat. There's a lot of room in that.
Yeah, that squat looked great for him.
And the bars left to Keon.
Keon out now with 270, jumping up 5 kilos for his third.
Let's go, Keon.
He'll be just below I think the record was at 280 in this weight class, so he'll be finishing just below it, but he's here to get a total record today.
As we noted on the previous, due to the standards, the previous was a bit tough. I think this is a great choice. ever so close, ever so close. A couple of kilos in it, and having hit a hard second, that can really take it out of you for the third. So a valiant effort, but not quite there, and really doesn't leave a lot of kilos on the table. It's not an awful thing to go up 5 kilos and miss there. Like maybe he had 267.5 today. So okay, you can live with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the fire's
Right, we'll have Kana
Let's go, Kana.
with 315 kilos.
So we do have the big 300. I was quietly expecting this, and he's paced beautifully today. He looks really strong. Standards have been great. Let's watch the show.
Go, Kana.
Come on.
He moves it quite well. Let's see what the refs have to say. 2 white knights, good lift, and a national record for Kana.
And a national record in a big way, 9.5 kilos up on his previous national record. Just love watching John there on the side. No real change in emotion apart from a smug little grin. Pretty aware that Kana was capable of that.
Okay, Tom Chaplin coming out now. He's also attempting 300 kilos, 7.5 jump up from his second attempt.
Roughly what I expected. Once again, aware of the prep, aware of the standards today. I think this is a very wise choice. I know he's had a pretty remarkable bench and deadlift prep, so once again, total focused.
Yeah, you can't afford to leave kilos behind in squat to go for glory, so smart move here from Tom. Let's see if he's successful. Well, and that's a perfect attempt choice.
It's a good choice.
Probably not another kilo left in the tank there for
And it's a
Tom.
good day in the office for Tom.
He's managed with 1 red, 2 whites. So once again, 2 to 1 majority is going to be where the decision goes. So 2 whites is a good lift, and ended up being the perfect choice. So you see a pretty modest increase here from Josh Takua. He's missed his opener at 295 because of depth. Received the 295 on the second with 1 red, and then chosen to go up 10 kilos. This is, a reasonable level under where we expected Josh to land, and this does really shake things up. This makes the competition, frankly, a lot more exciting.
Yeah, it opens it up for a lot more people now. Let's see if he can get this 305.
Hope to see him hit this. Let's go, Josh. Once again, we see strengths in different areas. Josh has a particularly strong deadlift. He's great on the bench too, but his deadlift is really going to carry him through.
Not quite there for him today, unfortunately, but he'll walk away with the 295. Like you said, big deadlift to come from Josh later in the day. So the door's not closed.
I am glad to see him on the board, but as mentioned, this is an opportunity to experience, before a national event, what the standard is, to get used to it again. And that is something that lifters will face throughout their careers. It's completely okay. Like I said, he has managed to get on the board, and I'm really excited to see what he can do on the bench and on the deadlift. We're seeing a 310 from Michael. I was hoping to see at least 305, and we're seeing a 310, which, if I'm not mistaken, would be an all-time competition PR for Michael. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty confident.
Look, Michael's wanted that, I think it's 832, the strongest 105 ever in Australia, and he's wanted that for a long time, and I'm wondering if he's pacing towards that today.
Well, I think we're going to see a few lifters asking that total, possibly more today, so I'm excited for that.
Let's see how he goes here, 310.
Revs the engine. Oh, incredibly close.
Just got tipped a little bit and couldn't fight through it.
Incredibly close. It is one of those situations where sometimes the execution of that specific lift is how it goes. Maybe didn't quite hit his spot there, but awfully close.
Yeah,
and great
very
to see him attempt such a number. As we can see, we're really seeing lifters put it all out there today, coming out, attempting records, attempting personal records, and really trying to push the standards. Next up, we have Hung.
He's jumping up to 310, 10 kilo jump here for his third. Squatting well so far today.
performances, definitely within his capability. Yeah, you can see him firing up a little bit more here. We did comment that the previous 300, it didn't quite look like his pattern. See what he can do here. That's more like it. What do the refs say? Beautiful stuff there from Hung. So we can see, when it comes to the 105s, we obviously have a few very strong lifters here, but Hung is a particular threat to the 105s, but not only that, to the overall. And so we see a real shift of the tide here where Josh has missed 2 lifts and Hung has gone 3 from 3.
Sam Butterworth out now, also attempting 310 kilos.
Wow.
And a new PB.
What a blinder of a squat.
Ewan Belgrove has not had enough. He's now looking to push his own.
Fantastic squat there from Sam, just shy of his best training squat. I imagine that would be a competition PR for him or somewhere close. He made it move rather well, but really great to see him bag that. Now, he doesn't carry too much lower back fatigue coming into the big deadlift. We know Sam has what will likely be the largest deadlift of the whole day. Very excited to see that.
Absolutely. Ewan Belgrove now 320 kilos on the bar for his 3rd attempt.
320 kilos for an 83 kilo lifter.
5 kilo jump. His second was a little bit, slowed down a little bit, but moved it quite well. So I'm interested to see how this one goes.
Not today.
Yeah, just slightly too heavy for him here today.
And I just want to make everyone aware that the 83 world record is 321.
Yanni Musulis coming out for 322.5 kilos. National record attempt.
All right, we've got Yanni now coming out 322.5 on the bar. Gonna push that record up. If successful, his second attempt looked amazing.
Big attempt here from Yanni.
And this will put him in a great spot in the 105 battle if he's successful here.
Absolutely, considering we've seen a miss from Michael, a mild underperformance from Tom, a good squat from Hung, and here Yanni with what is looking like a massive attempt. It's a really great attempt in terms of selection, also in terms of execution. He's fired up. Beautiful squatting, beautiful, beautiful squatting. So that replay there, he's done just a gorgeous effort there.
Yeah, absolutely. Not much left in the tank there. Well, we get to the end of the squats. Some amazing results so far. Some interesting misses as well. So it's going to be a great battle as we move into bench and deadlifts. Join us soon. We'll have some interviews with some of the lifters coming right up. This way? You good? All right, welcome back, everyone. With us here, we have Isabella, who's just pulled out a squat record in the under 84 kilo division. Isabella, how'd it feel out there today for squats?
Amazing. Yeah, it was so easy.
So easy. Great. In the under 84s today, was that a strategic move or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I've been bulking the entire prep, which has been also amazing. Just to have energy all the time. I haven't had to worry a second about body weight or cutting or anything like that. It's just been so good.
Absolutely. Take the pressure off and just let the body be strong.
Yeah.
Great to hear.
Fantastic. So really made that squat move. It did look easy. It really looked strong. Like you're really in your element. What did that squat actually mean to you? I know that you've had a unique prep. This is, had been a long time coming, seeing you at a big event. What does that actually mean to you going out there and performing like that?
Yeah, so it's a personal best as well. I hit 203 2019, so a fair few years ago. And it just feels, I'm quite moved by coming back in this fashion. Like, it just feels amazing to be in love with powerlifting again. And I really enjoyed going out there. Like, that was the biggest win. Just like, oh, it's so good to be here. Like, that feeling is.
Yeah, and you could really feel that energy. Like watching you lift. I've seen you lift a lot of times before. We were talking about your history in the sport and how many amazing things you've done. So seeing you come back and perform like that at an event like this is as rewarding for us watching as it is for you doing it. So awesome. We'll let you get back to your bench press warm-ups.
Thanks,
All the best
Isabella.
for the rest of it. Yeah.
All right, joining us now, we've got Hung. Mate, welcome to the platform. How's it feel to be out here today joining the APA?
Yeah, it's nice to be back in the IPF. First time back in maybe 7 years.
Yeah, wow.
Been through a lot.
That's good, mate. And your squats today looked amazing. How'd they feel?
Second attempt was a bit rough. I think nerves were still settling. Once we got the thirds just switched on. I think coach said I had 307. I'm like, nah, let's go 310.
Yeah, good choice. Definitely had 310.
It's a pretty classic case, and you and I have competed alongside each other in the 93s. Now you're in the 105s. You achieved 822.5 in USAPL at 98 bodyweight roughly. Today you paced 10 kilos higher on the squat because I believe you squatted 300 at that event. So how are we feeling about the trajectory for the day after that squat there? Was that in line with the plan?
Yeah, that was basically the plan I wrote a couple of months ago. I think based off last block, I thought I would have 315, but just got to play it on the day. Pulled it back today to 310, and that's probably max effort.
That's it. And picking the right numbers, we've remarked that, our front runner that we anticipated in the 93s, being Josh, has not had his perfect day on the squat, and that really opens the door for the rest of the weight classes. So does strategy change from here, or do you just run your own race?
I think we still stick to the plan for 6 for 6. Openers for deads and second attempt will be the same, and then we'll see what we need for third.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to see some really good stuff from Hung and the rest of the 105s today. Appreciate your time, man.
We'll be back
Good
in
luck on the bench
2.5
and
minutes for bench press. See you soon.
We return.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll have Zinyu coming out. She's going to open us up on the bench press at 67.5. Amazing start to the day, Matt. The tables have turned probably a little bit after that squat session.
It's been a remarkable start to the day with the squats.
Yeah, absolutely. A few records broken already, a few upsets potentially, so exciting to see how the day goes from here. Yeah, great opener there for Zin. Moves it well. Just waiting for the ref lights.
The numbers under FTB.
Thank you. Good
Yeah,
there.
that's a good lift for Zin.
Right, next up we have
All right, and Kate coming out next.
Kate Monaco, the
75 kilos for her opener. Kate will have to adjust to the APA rules, particularly the elbow depth coming from US APL. So let's see how she goes here. Certainly has a strong bench.
There may even be small nuances of how you can set up with the feet on or off the bench. It may not affect her, but most things are pretty doable. The elbow depth is, of course, the major one. Underside of the elbow in line with the middle of the shoulder is what we're looking for. Okay, let's see what we get here.
It looks pretty good from our angle.
3 whites is always good news. Keeping in mind that the camera angle here is a high viewpoint and the referee is a lot lower than that, so the referee is always going to have the best angle. We can judge roughly by the video. Best to wait to see what the actual feedback is.
Absolutely. Liz Craven coming out now. She'll open on 75 as well here in the under 52 kilo class. Great opening attempt there for Liz.
Great opening there by Liz. Next up we have Kelly Basto coming out for 82.5 kilos for an open
Really
bench.
speedy stuff for these openers. We are expecting that if a lifter is able to pause effectively, that the press command is given effectively immediately. And we are seeing that, and once again, that is a byproduct of high quality refereeing. You're not just going to see, the standards of depth and whatnot being implemented correctly, but also things like the calls, no hesitation, which is
Absolutely.
always a benefit to the lifter in these situations.
Kelly Basto here, 82.5 for her opener. Strong press, great looking opener. 3 white lights for Kelly. Yeah, absolutely. If you're efficient at getting the bar to be stationary, you'll get a quick call. And that's something these lifters work on at the top level. Here comes Caitlin now. She's going to open up on 82.5.
For those tuning in, we will keep you updated with the records if we do believe that any of the lifters are getting in that territory.
A little stick there off the chest, but gets through it pretty quickly. Don't she might have just misgrooved on the touch point.
Next up, Vicky Kittermanure coming out for 85
Good lift
kilos.
nonetheless. And now we'll have Vicky coming out. Now Vicky, very strong bench presser, and she's going to open up on 85 kilos.
Once again, not only this competition being meaningful, but bench press itself being quite meaningful today, I'm sure. I've seen Vicky and her coach make a lot of adjustments to bench to really make sure it's not a problem. So let's see how this opener plays out. Hoping to see 3 white lights for Vicky.
Well, it looks good from here, Matt. Let's see what the refs say.
Good opener by
Yeah, good
3
lift
whites.
there, Vicky. Moves that very, very well.
85 kilos.
That's great, and I'm sure a big exhale.
And the bar is open for Shania.
Absolutely. All right, Shania Radke out now. She's going to open at 85 kilos in the under 76 kilo division. very strong press there for Shania. Makes light work of that one.
And that's a good lift.
Yeah, 3 wide lights. Good lift.
Next up on the bar, 92.5 kilos.
Okay, Isabella joining us now. She will open at 92.5.
And the bar is loaded.
And as you heard there in the break, bit of a sneak attack from Izzy to join the 84 kilo class. Everyone thought she was going to be in the 76s, but strategically has made the call to go 84s.
And spoke to the positive effect of being able to just eat and recover and not have to worry about weight cutting. You know, it can't be understated. It can't be overstated, mind you.
Absolutely. Moves that well. 3 wide lights, good lift.
Really nice 92 there.
105 kilos on the bar for opening.
We'll have Brittany Romas coming out next.
Bar is loaded for Brittany.
She's going to open on 105 kilos.
Wow.
Brittany's a very strong bench presser.
Okay, so this is where I will flag that the 69 kilo bench record is 106.5.
Well, I've seen on Instagram her definitely benching well above that in this prep, so excited to see where she can take this one today.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I have been.
Yeah, strong press there for Brittany. Oh, interesting. So she gets 2 white lights, so it's a good lift. However, she did get a red from the center ref for, I'm assuming, elbow depth, but gets a 2 from the sides. That's all she needs.
Yeah, that would have been for elbow depth. Should be a fairly easy adjustment, and this is one of the things with this particular rule. Unlike squat depth, there's one referee, not 2, that have a really good look at depth.
Absolutely.
The side refs are going to have a little bit of a tougher time calling the close ones on the bench, so you can almost get away with it. But hopefully she makes a slight adjustment there so it doesn't become problematic later.
Absolutely. Yanni coming out now. She's on 115 for her opener. Very nice press there for Yanni.
Moves well, 115, which is 5 kilos under the current 84 kilo bench press record held by Beth Parker, who's coming out next, and she's going to take an attempt on the opener.
Wow. And yeah, look, Yanni and Isabella finished quite close after squats. Beth just a little bit behind, so she's going to try and grab every kilo she can here in the bench press to catch back up. It's going to make deadlifts extremely interesting.
And the bar is loaded for Beth.
Absolutely, and then further to that, we saw makes from Beth and Izzy and a miss from Yanni in terms of their projected abilities on the squat. So far, making good calls and having a good day. I do believe she pressed 130 at a bench-only meet 1 week ago.
I believe so.
So opening at 125.5, you know, she can get this on the board, opens up the possibilities. What will we see Beth bench today?
Well, moves it well. 3 wide lights. National record on her opener for Beth.
It's a nice opener, and I guess the benefit of being in that record territory for bench press is the ability to take those half or 1 kilo chips, or 1.5, or whatever you really want.
Yeah.
And so you can actually make attempts with a greater degree of precision, which is something that can really matter when it comes to bench press. The fall off can be sudden.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2.5 kilos can be a lot in bench press. So she's definitely got an advantage there, being able to just choose the weight. Back to the top of the flight now with Azin coming out. She's taking a 5 kilo jump up, 72.5. Did well with the opener.
Lifters can opt to have assistance with their handout, or they can hand out themselves. That's a choice. Just communicate with that spotter what they particularly like, and then the spotter will get out of the way so the call can be made. Now, to replace the bar here, possibly for soft elbows. I've just heard the referee mouth that. So soft elbows, we do require fully locked out elbows to get that start call. She's still got 15 seconds, no real problem. But that re-unrack can be a little bit fatiguing, so let's see how we go.
It can be quite rattling on bench press, so let's see here. They look nice and straight now.
Better.
Done
nice very press. Well there, very well there. Recomposed, made it happen. It might have been a touch harder than it otherwise would have been, but that matters little. She can come out for that third, making sure that that is being ticked off.
Absolutely, a little smile from there at the top, which is great to see. All right, Kate Nax now coming back out. She's jumping up 5 kilos to 80 for her second attempt. Opener moved very nicely. Let's see how she handles 80 kilos here. doesn't slow at all, so still about as easy as her opener. So that's looking very nice for her second attempt.
Liz Craven coming out for 80 kilos of her second bench press.
And we'll have Liz Craven coming out now, also in the 52 kilo class. She's taking 80 kilos as well. Well, and she moves that very nicely as well. So 3 white lights there, good lift for Liz.
Really strong, stable benching there with a nice wide foot position. We do see a variance in where people place their feet, but Liz is looking incredibly locked in there with definitely a few kilos in the tank.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Caitlin Attia coming out now, 85 kilos, just a 2.5 jump up. Her opener was just a touch hard. I thought she just misgrooved maybe the touch point, but making a safe jump here of 2.5. Well, it does well, has to fight it a little bit, but gets it to the top nonetheless. 3 white lights.
A good effort there, and a bit of insight with Kate is, once again, we asked the lifters what challenges they faced in this prep, and she said had 7 12-hour night shifts in a row, 2 weeks out.
Wow.
And I accumulated a bit of fatigue,
Absolutely.
which is to be expected. But, again, we have people from all walks of life, all professions competing at a very high level, which is awesome to see. So her goals for today, she said, I just want to hit a total PB and have fun.
Absolutely. Kelly Bastow coming out now, jumping up 5 kilos to 87.5. Another nice, easy second attempt there for Kelly.
That moves very nicely, and I think I can see Joey mouthing 5. We got 5 here. We will see oftentimes our women benching, sub 100 kilos, jumping 5 and then maybe 2. A 5 kilo jump from second to third can be a bit more aggressive, but if it moves well, obviously we go that way.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Vicky coming out now. She's going to attempt the national record at 88.5 kilos here for her second attempt. Obviously, we're seeing Vicky bench more than this in the lighter weight class, in the under 47. So this shouldn't be a problem for her here today, but you never know. Let's see how she handles it.
Record coming in is 88 kilos, held by Valentina Duong. She made pretty light work of that.
Yeah, that looks strong. Depth looked great.
New national record.
3 white lights. New national record for Vicky.
And I would expect maybe a 2 kilo jump from there or something like that, continuing to bag the kilos, remaining the holder of that record if possible, but possibly not anything much more risky than that.
And Shania now coming out. She's jumped up 5 kilos to 90, and like we said with Beth before, Vicky's in record territory now, so she can dial in the exact weight that she wants in half kilo increments, so that'll be to her advantage. Let's see how Shania moves 90 kilos here. Moves well.
Solid lift there. And new personal best for Shania.
We have 2-to-1 good lift. She gets a red from the center ref for her elbows, but a good lift nonetheless.
And the bar is loaded for Isabella.
We'll have Isabella coming out now. She's jumped 7.5 for her second attempt. She's a decent jump up on the bench press.
I love seeing big jumps.
Yeah.
It's really good to see lifters and coaches showing a bit of individuality when it comes to that, not just sort of taking what everybody else takes, but maybe taking what works well in training. Lovely press.
Strong.
Great lift by Isabella.
Isabella on fire today, having a great day so far. 3 white lights.
There are a few different strategies when it comes to attempt selection. You can bank on the third and play to that and take the largest possible jumps to your comfort, or some people who are a bit more nervous about those numbers might take smaller jumps to bag kilos along the way.
Absolutely.
These are both just strategies, right?
Here comes Brittany Romas now, jumping up to 108 kilos. Again, she's in that record territory, so she can take a 3 kilo jump here.
That's it. So I think the prior was 105, which was just under the record. And now we have a 108, which is 1.5 kilos, exceeding the record previously held by Nia Keep. Or should I say currently held until...
The referee saying new
Now
national record
it is
holder.
previously held by Nia Keep and currently held by Brittany
Next up, we have
at
Nani
108.
Zhao coming out for a personal best.
Very nice 108 there for Brittany, and I'm
Kilos.
pretty certain I've seen her bench up around the 115 in prep, so we'll see if that's on the cards today or something just under that.
And the bar is
Again, she can just dial it in.
Something that's interesting with regard to Yanni and Beth's bench is that by Beth opening at a record, they have robbed the ability for Yanni to take any chips, which could be somewhat of an advantage. Obviously, because of the system, it's not as much of an advantage as a kilos game, because it's a percentage game.
Takes the chip away, though.
But it does take that ability to chip in the prior attempts away, which it's a move.
Absolutely. So Yanni here, 120 on the bar.
Very strong.
Yeah, it does well.
What are we expecting on the third there? What do you think?
Look, it was a little tiny bit of work compared to her opener. I think she's probably got 5. She's probably looking for around that 125 at the most, I would say. Bench falls off rather quickly. So
it wouldn't surprise me to see 5 there. Maybe a conservative 2.5 if they just want to bag some more kilos, depending where they see themselves falling across the day based on how it's played out so far, right?
Absolutely. And look, talking about smart moves, Beth's chosen just to jump up to 128 here. We did talk about the fact that she can choose pretty much whatever weight she wants in half-kilo increments because she's in that record territory. So smart play here for Beth and Kelly Mann.
And the reality with bench press is taking a few attempts a bit closer together and a bit tougher is nowhere near as fatiguing as it is to do that on the squat and the deadlift. It can actually help you to execute better across the day. I would say that 128, to me, looked possibly a little better in execution than the 125.5, speaking to that point. And it wouldn't surprise me to see 130 next or 130.5, and it may well be the best press of the day. Everyone's a bit different. So, again, that's individualization of the attempt selection process.
For sure.
Works best for the lifter.
And it could be quite nerve-wracking opening on a national record as well, right? So she got that out of the way.
And,
128
opening on something heavy is nerve-wracking because if we do see a 130, a 125.5 is not a light bench press.
No, that's a big bench. All right, Zin now, we're back to the top of the flight, coming into the third round of bench press here. She jumped up 2.5 kilos to 75.
Oh,
That's a solid attempt there by Zinu. Referee saying
big fight.
personal best.
3 wide lights there for Zin. That's a new PB for her.
1 red, but good lift.
Sorry, someone was in front of the red light for me.
Yeah.
But
So
she does really well.
no
Gets the
issues.
elbows straight this time, which is very nice to see.
Yeah, there may have been some body movement there that caused that red. It can look different from one side to the other, but on the board with that lift, which is lovely to see.
All right, Liz Craven now. 2.5 kilo jump for Liz as well, 82.5.
Well, it's an easy PB there for Liz
Clean,
Craven.
textbook lifting there from Liz, as you come to expect from Liz.
Going for her.
Getting the kilos on the board, joining that squat and bench press together for a clean subtotal ahead of the showdown, really, on deadlifts, right?
Absolutely, and we'd expect nothing less from Liz. She's an absolute technician in the game. Kate Nax now, 85 kilos, 5 kilo jump up from her second. And Kate building a very nice subtotal as well here today.
We do find the bench press, unless we have like a bench specialist, even in those cases where we have a bench specialist, it's a calmer time of the day. We have all the nerves and the anxiety on the squat. We calm down a little bit. We create this subtotal ahead of then going into the deadlift where the showdown occurs.
And unfortunately too heavy there for Kate today. Finishes the bench on 80 kilos.
And that's a pretty good insight into how things can fall off. The 80 was pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, bench gets heavy very quickly. All right, the bar's now loaded for Caitlin. She's coming out 87.5. I think a smart choice here.
And we can see here, 2.5 kilo jumps, right? A lot of variance, which is lovely to see.
Fortunately not today. Well done, Kate.
Yeah, good choice there. Only leaves 2.5 kilos behind, so
Going for 91 kilos.
And again, you know, not necessarily left any kilos out there because there's only the 2.5 jump. So we missed that. Okay, well, we maximised the bench press day.
exactly.
Right? And again, bench is unique where you can look at it like that. If you take a really heavy second on squat or deadlift, that can be the reason that you missed the third attempt. It's not as much the case on bench.
National record
All right, Vicky Kay coming out now, 91 kilos to extend the national record.
Huge bench press here for Vicky, 91 kilos. Pushing that old 52 record, now old, into new territory. She owns the 88.5. She says, give me a little bit more.
solid attempt by
Great bench press there from Vicky.
And you love to see a 3 from 3 record from Vicky after her Worlds experience. Congratulations, Vicky. Well done. We're all love to see it.
Yeah, 3 wide lights there. Takes that national record up to 91 kilos.
And the bar is loaded.
All right, Kelly Basto now, 92.5, 5 kilo jump up from her second.
Quick shout out to the spotters and loaders and the referees. This comp is running like clockwork. Barely coming off the platform and bars being called loaded, which is great to see. It's exactly what you expect at these caliber events.
Grinds through it.
Referees say, good lift.
That is a great fight.
Hierarchy looking to push her personal
3 wide lights there for Kelly. Good lift.
It takes a lot of discipline in the bench press when you're pushing like that to keep the feet flat on the floor, to keep the bum in contact with the bench press and keep the head in contact with the bench press without shifting. She's done a really great job there of making all those things happen.
Absolutely. Here comes Shania now, 92.5, taking the 2.5 jump up. Well, the press moves well. Let's see what the refs say.
No lifts on that one.
Oh, we've got a 2-1. Now, she's got a yellow card.
Next up, Isabella.
Yellow card can mean a number of things in bench press. She did get one from the head ref and from one of the side refs, which could mean she jumped a call.
And the bar is loaded for Isabella.
Normally, if you see 2 yellows from the sides, it's normally like a butt lift or a foot movement. But given the head ref played in there, I'm thinking she might have jumped a call. But Isabella now coming out, 102.5, taking the 2.5 jump up from her second. Sticks with it, grinds it well. Let's see what the refs say. Will she? Good lift. 6 from 6 so far from Isabella.
Next up, we have Brittany Romans looking to go 110.5 kilos to push her current national record that she just set in the bench press. Brittany's in the under 69 kilo.
All right, we'll have Brittany Romas now coming out,
This bench press will
jumping up to 110.5. She's going to look to extend that national record even further. And as always, shout out to Brittany's mum here in the crowd. Oh, Brittany makes light work of that. Let's see what the refs have to say.
national record holder.
New national record for Brittany.
Wowee.
3 white lights extends that record even further.
That was 110.5, wasn't it?
110.5, yep.
Fantastic.
New personal best attempt.
And now we'll have Yanni coming out. As expected, jumped up to 5 kilos to 125, trying to stay as close to Beth as possible.
Let's go.
Oh, fights Gets through it, does well. Let's see if the refs like it. Good lift for Yanni. Hits the 125.
Next up, looking to break her national bench press record for the third time today, Beth Parker with 131 kilos.
And that's an important lift for Yanni. Keeps her just a few kilos behind Beth's current bench at 128. With Beth coming out here now to add another 3 kilos to her subtotal. 131 on the bar. This is a huge bench press. Like we said, we've seen Beth do a 130 in a bench-only competition just a couple of weeks ago. See how she's moving today. Just not quite there today for Beth. Still walks away with the national record at 128 kilos.
And moving on to the men, we have Andrew True.
And that ends the women's bench presses today. We're moving straight on to the men's, where Andrew True, he'll come out with 140 kilos on the bar for his opener in the under 66 kilo men's.
All right, I'm back. I've been doing spreadsheeting and maths, so we're ready for later.
This is the problem with these meets moving so fast. You, as a commentator, you don't have any time to check the scoreboard.
That's it. It's why it's nice there's two of us, because we can, keep things moving, but also keep on top of the numbers, because we want to keep everyone as informed as possible.
All right, Andrew
want to
True.
be guessing.
3 wide lights there. Moves that opener as we would expect. And Kian coming out now with 157.5 for his opening attempt in the under 74s. Solid lift there for Kian. Good lift. 3 wide lights. And we'll have Kana coming out now. Kana's going to open his campaign today at 162.5. Had a great day on the squats.
The bar is open for Kana.
So we do have a 186 current 83's record on the bench press, opening at 162. It's not completely out of reach. I would be wondering where he goes on the second. That's a nice opener. I'd be wondering where he goes on the second to see if he will even bother with that. I think there's probably bigger fish to fry in regard to the total, in regard to the overall, especially considering how the landscape has shifted across the other weight classes. And Kana has put up such a strong start to his day. So I would expect maybe a more modest attempt and not worrying too much about the record, but it remains to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely. James Lee now coming out, 162.5 for his opening attempt. So given James was in an MRI machine just a week ago for his knee, still squatted quite well today. See how he benches. Boom.
He did squat extremely well. He looked quite pleased with the squat. I think for him, this is going to be more of a getting back on his feet kind of competition. On the bench press, he's still using your legs. On the deadlift, conventional, still using the legs. I think he's having less issues with those lifts, but I think he'll be looking to have a clean day that he's proud of considering the prep and then move forward, which is a real champion mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Emilio coming out now, 165 to open his account. And yeah, I mean, absolutely, as big as this competition is, for a lot of these lifters, as much as they want to win some money here, nationals is obviously the goal. And so, like you said, just shake the cobwebs out, get prepped, get ready for nationals in February.
That's it, and you're going to probably see a variance in how people treat this competition. Like you said, as big as it is, for some people, it's a stepping stone comp. For others, it's like the biggest, baddest, best comp you ever think of doing.
Absolutely.
You know?
3
So-
white lights there for Emilio. Great lift.
So that's the beauty of it, and that will also be reflected in what kind of risks people will or will not take today.
For sure. Hung now coming out. He's going to open his account at 172.5.
We had a great chat with Hung before. He was very pleased with the outcome on the squat. He did mention that his coach for the day, which I think is Victor, mentioned, he think he had 307.5. Might have just been, more on the safe side recommendation. And he said, "Nah, I've got 310. Let me run it." And he was right. So a seasoned lifter.
Absolutely, and a great opening bench here.
Yeah, 172.5 looking nice. And the same load for Sam coming out now.
Sam had a good day with his squats, and looking to put him a solid bench here, get as many kilos as he can, but getting him ready for his massive lift, which is the deadlift, where I'm sure, I hope that 345 national standard will come into play. Let's see how he goes here. Nice and easy opener, as we would expect.
Next up, same load, 172.5.
And 3 white lights. Good lift.
And the bar is loaded for Ewan.
All right, Ewan Belgrove now coming out. He's also attempting 172.5. Good opening attempt there for Ewan. Moves it well.
And a good lift. Next up, 175 kilos on the bar for Josh Takua. Open it up. And the bar is loaded for Josh.
All right, Josh Takua here now. Coming out 175 on the bar for his opener. Had to adjust his squats a little bit. Probably didn't walk away with as many kilos as he was hoping. But let's see if he can gain back some ground here during the bench press.
Good attempt there by Josh.
And his opener moves well.
And a good lift.
And a good lift there from the
Next
refs.
up, Michael Rand.
So opening his bench press account well.
2.5 kilos.
All right, we'll have Michael Rand now coming out. He's got 182.5 on the bar. Just narrowly missed his 310 third attempt on the squats. Left a few kilos behind. But Michael has a big deadlift that he'll be looking to put into play later. Grab as many kilos here on bench as he can. Yeah, strong opening attempt there for Michael. Moves well. 3 white lights.
Seeing really, really great lifting on the bench press today. Standards are great. Lifts getting on the board, which is what we want to see. We want to see the lifters going from their squat,
And the bar is loaded for Tom.
putting together their subtotal, and starting to create some momentum throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Chaplin now coming out 187.5 for his opening attempt.
And I do know that Tom has benched 205 in this prep. So
Yeah, okay.
it'd be interesting to see whether he's lining up for that. A little bit less, a little bit more. Time will tell. See him really wriggling into position there, trying to get as much tension as he can out of what is a pretty stiff pad, the V2. But he trains on it regularly. Actually, the one out, that's a nice press. The one out at Performation is pretty soft because So many strong bench presses have used it and they just beat it up. So such is it. Such is the way with the V2.
Yeah, absolutely. Good opening attempt there for Tom.
Okay, are we seeing the same opener here?
We are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So Yanni out now. 187 is staying on the bar for him. Great squat day for him today.
So I've got a comment here from Yanni that he hasn't been able to push his bench too hard because he's generally been benching the day after squats. He has been doing some rep work to blocks or to like boards with 190, so he's had a good prep. But it'll be very interesting to see, whoa, where he lands today. That was like there was nothing on the bar. So, okay, you know, despite that, safe to say, he's looking strong.
Yeah,
and I mean, he looked phenomenal on the squat. And oftentimes, when a lifter is looking phenomenal on the squat, it just means they're strong today.
Yeah, great confidence to lead into the other lifts, right? We've got Andrew True now back to the top of the flight. 145, 5 kilo jump up for Andrew second.
This is a pretty strong, aggressive start to the benching day for Andrew, 140 to 145. I think he'd be pretty thrilled to hit 150 today if that's on the cards. He looked fine. I would probably be surprised to see the +5. I would more so expect it look like a little bit of a wriggle through the middle where 2.5 could be more appropriate.
Yeah,
even though he looked like he was lining up maybe for 150. But hey, as well, we did notice on the squat there that he had a bit more than we maybe expected. So, you know, is that the similar nature on the bench?
Kian coming out now, 7.5 kilo jump up to 165. Yeah, always hard to tell without, you know, following these lifters every day at their prep to know exactly what their bench looks like.
Absolutely.
Strong press there for Kian.
Really nice work there. One red light, a yellow card, the side referee.
May have been a slight butt lift or
there might have been some
there.
movement. There did look like there was a little bit of shaking and shifting, so it might have been a little bit of a raise off of the bench.
But good lift nonetheless. James Lee now coming out, 10 kilo jump up, 172.5.
What I will say about bench and drop off is, generally speaking, when you go to the more extremely wide grips, we will see that sudden drop off, whereas we see a little bit more of a predictable drop off when it comes to that narrower grip. Not always the case, but it is a trend.
The second moves quite nicely there for James.
Yeah, plus 10 kilos on the opener, looking good. Doesn't look like there's another 10 there. It does look like there is a little bit of room, so I'll be interested to see what they load, maybe 5 or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's always interesting to see. Again, like I've mentioned, bench press, we do have a little bit more leash, I guess you could say, to push and to risk it being a hard lift or even a miss. There's not a lot of kilos lost, and also it's not that fatiguing.
Yeah, absolutely. Emilio now coming out. He's got another 10 kilo jump, 175, jumping up from 165.
Emilio looking like the only one who could maybe attempt the bench press record, which is 186. It's not much more than the 10 kilo jump that was taken from 1 to 2. That's the only lifter I can see outside of Kana coming up now, which again, 15 kilo jump from the 162 to the 177 also makes it quite feasible to go 186.5 or more.
Yeah, Kana loves a big jump.
So Kana and Emilio here looking at potentially the bench press record. How likely Emilio goes for it, I'm not sure. Kana, he's got an attempt that's a little closer here.
Yeah, Emilio's second, it slowed a little compared to his opener. I think, you know, maybe 11's there, but 5 to 7.5 I think would be a safer bet. Let's see how Kana goes here.
Okay. So that was a very sound rep.
Yeah, that's strong.
I do think that Kana is similar to some other comments that we've made in that he moves through steadily, and it's a little hard to tell what he has left outside of just saying that looked pretty smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if he puts in the 186 for his third. Okay, Hung now coming out. He's jumping up 7.5 kilos to 180. Opener looked nice. Let's see how he moves this one.
I'm pretty sure I've seen Hung bench 190 this prep. It was absolute max. But he's making that look like he's in a similar spot today.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure he benched 177 when he did the 822. So he's again pacing significantly further on if he hits his third. Again, shaping up nicely, showing that he is definitely a competitor for the overall here.
Yeah, just when you thought the 105s couldn't get any more competitive.
Yeah, out comes the dark horse. He's like, I've just been hanging out over here in another fed. Yeah, sure, let's have a go.
All right, Josh Takua now. He's jumped up 5 kilos to 180.
It's a surprising jump in terms of just what you tend to see. You don't tend to see a 5 kilo jump at this load, but again, the lifter is the lifter, and what works for them works for them. And that's a smooth second. So if that can help him to make potentially another 5, then that'll be a really strong showing. Okay, we have a miss there. We might have had a little bit of movement of the bum off of the bench. Not exactly sure what they've called it for, but he's not going to receive that left.
Yeah, we got yellow from the head ref, which again could have been for a call. Maybe he jumped one of the commands. Not sure. Anyway, Ewan Belgrove now coming out. 7.5 kilo jump up. He's going to attempt 180 as well. Bench probably the most technical of the 3 lifts. A lot of infringements you can get done for, so not surprising to see the odd red card come out. Stalls in the middle, not quite there on that one.
Okay, a surprising miss. We don't often see second attempt misses on strength. That would be regular and unexpected from Ewan and his coach. It might mean something happened during the lift, or it might just mean that their predicted numbers aren't there after a big squat.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hope it was just a misgroove and he can grab it on the third. Here comes Sam Butterworth now with 182.5, 10 kilo jump for Sam. Open to move well, and 10 kilo jump at this body weight, not that big. So let's see how Sam handles it.
He does look strong. He's mentioned that he benched 185 in the prep.
Okay.
So this should be well within his abilities.
It certainly is.
Ooh. He's made pretty light work of that. For someone with such long arms, when you do see, he's having a bit of fun coming off the platform too. When you do see the pace of the barbell like that for quite a long-armed lifter, that is an indication you got a bit of room here.
Yeah, he does for sure. All right, Michael Rand now coming out, 7.5 jump up to 190 kilos.
We have seen Michael bench around the 200s on several occasions. So, pacing more to that mid to high 190s by the looks of things, which is, a mild underperformance relative to other comps, but still a very, very strong showing.
And Michael, most lifters will opt for quite a grippy shoe for bench. Michael opts to come out in his joggers.
The dad shoes.
The dad shoes.
It's going to go for a quick run after bench press.
I tell you what though, it's not impacting him today. Hits the 190.
Maybe he's on the treadmill between bench attempts. They are quite fancy shoes, aren't they?
Absolutely. All right. So Tom Chaplin is coming out now. He's taking a 10 kilo jump as well, up to 197.5.
This attempt tells me I'm feeling strong.
Yeah.
Someone who's benched 205 in training and has gone 187, 197 is saying, we're on today.
Mm-hmm.
He's come in, he's taken a good number on his squat. He's coming in strong on the bench press, and we're going to see him pull together a lovely subtotal. As I've mentioned with Tom, he's clinical. He pulls together a strong total always, and he's a fierce competitor. So you have someone who, frankly, has relied more on their squat in the past, but now the deadlift is formidable. So there's a change of vibe there, if you will. Wow.
Yeah.
That's nice.
We'll see another 10 kilo jump there, I would say, for the third.
Possibly up to 10.
7.5
I
to 10.
would personally be surprised with 10 purely just because of that fall away that can happen. It is a common play with Kelly, who's his coach, to, especially on bench press, take what was hit in training if you're looking good for it, and essentially train up to that, because the 205 was a high exertion in training.
Right, okay.
But that doesn't mean they won't go 207. I'm interested, but I'd expect 202 to 205. They're chatting about it now.
Yep. Good call. Here comes Yanni now, also attempting 197.5.
Now, Yanni's 187 looked like about how I move 25 kilos. So let's see how he moves to the 197. Little adjustment of the feet before the call. And quite the contrast. And this is, again, very interesting to watch. That little adjustment of the foot might have indicated, oh, I'm not quite in the position I'd like to be in here. And you can see the effect of that. I actually think he's likely much stronger than that. But coach and client, what do we do? Okay, can you fix that? Client says yes. Okay, let's go up 7 kilos.
Absolutely.
Or can we fix that? I'd rather not. 2.5, 5.
Yep.
Right? We'll see.
For sure. All right, back to the top of the flight now. Started the third bench press attempts. Andrew True, 147.5. So jumping up to 2.5. Sitting just under his PB.
Mind you, that attempt from Yanni still moved about how I moved 70.
No, absolutely. It was still a strong press.
Awfully close.
Yeah, not quite there for Andrew,
The
but
right choice with the 2.5.
Absolutely.
And just looks a little tippy today. Looks like he's just leaning over one side a little bit. Like we've said, not only is it a technical lift when it comes to the rules, but it's also a very technical lift when it comes to the moving parts that have to be sitting right. But once again, 2.5 jump, nothing really lost, quote unquote, in terms of making the most of the day.
absolutely. Kian now 175 kilo jump up.
So as we commented earlier with Kian, not looking to be targeting or necessarily in the realm of the individual records. Nicely done. But definitely someone we watch for that total.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a good weight selection there. 3 white lights, adds 5 kilos to his
Really nice. And we
subtotal.
can see on that replay, the bum is bobbling around a little bit, but must have never actually left the bench. Whereas I believe, if I'm not mistaken, on the previous attempt, he might have gotten 1 red.
All right, James Lee now jumping up 5 kilos, 177.5 for his third and final attempt here in the bench press.
James here looking to make 6 from 6, which, as I've mentioned before, it takes a real professional to come in not 100% healthy and do what you need to do on the attempts.
Well done, James.
Sorry to jinx you there, James.
Next up.
Missed
You
his
gave him the curse.
last bench press, but really good showing across the day from him so far. And I'm very keen to see what he can pull out on the deadlift. Just to quickly reflect on some of James' training numbers. His squat in training was 260, his bench was 180, and he has deadlifted 290 this prep. So the knee mustn't be affecting the deadlift too much, and I hope we see a massive deadlift from James today.
Absolutely. All right, Emilio now, 5 kilo jump up as well, 180 kilos on the bar for his third.
Okay, so we questioned whether Emilio may take the Hail Mary towards the record. He's going for what seems a much more sensible choice here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it was the perfect choice.
You couldn't pick it better. He's pretty thrilled with that. He gives a little dap up to the side ref.
Yeah, that's perfect load selection there from lifter and coach on that one.
And this is really what we're here for. We're here for these kinds of lifts, right?
Absolutely.
Like make or break. And that does come with the territory of misses.
All right, Ewan Belgrove now re-attempting 180. It looked like he didn't have it on strength on the second, but let's hope it was a misgroove. See what he can do here. Can he pull it out of the bag?
What you're going to see at events like this is lifters coming out, making the appropriate adjustments, the crowd getting around them. So let's hope Ewan can make this happen. He did seem to groove that better. I was waiting to see him break through the middle there, but it's just not the right number today, unfortunately.
Yeah, just hit that wall where it transitions to the tricep and just couldn't quite push through it. I was with you. I thought he was going to crack it, but not quite. Walks away with the 172.5 for his opener, and out comes Josh Takua. He's jumping up 2.5, missed his second. but is opting to take the jump anyway. He's got his opener on the board, so...
Yeah, and it was a technical miss. He probably has a bit more than this in him. So hopefully he can just keep things tidy for the referees and get this 182. You know, a big 7.5 kilo addition to his subtotal.
Let's go, brother.
I heard a big weight call there from Aiden, which tells me that the previous lift might have been a jumping the rack command.
Yep.
So he's done really well here. 7.5 kilo addition to the subtotal. So really well done there
That's the
from
3 white lights.
the two of them.
Bar is loaded for Hung.
All right, Hung now coming out. 5 kilo jump up from 180 to 185.
So we're looking at a 17.5 kilo extension on the subtotal when Hung last did his 822. Which is significant. These 5 kilos are really going to matter when it comes to extending beyond that 822 when it comes to deadlift time.
Yeah, wow. Excited to see what sort of total he can put up today.
When we spoke to him earlier, I had a little chat with him after the interviews. His focus here is he wants to go 6 from 6. Let's see if he can do it. And pretty comfortably there.
Yeah, I don't think the rest will have a problem with that.
And a good lift.
3 white lights.
Sensational. And to me, that speaks confidence. He's not reached to a place where he's unsure. He's gone out to an attempt. Okay, we're not seeing a record here from Kana. We're not seeing him pay any attention to the 186. And I personally think this is a good move.
Yeah.
It is going to be very close when it comes to the deadlifts, and he wants to put himself just in the best possible position. Is it worth the prize money and the accolade for a potential miss? No. 185 for the third.
Well, gets it to the top. Let's see if the butt stayed down.
And he has racked that early, unfortunately. So he's done a valiant effort, a valiant fight throughout. He's may have had some bum lift during that from the replay, but it looks unfortunately like that bar has been racked early. So that will not count.
That's a shame
Valuable
for Kana.
kilos, 7.5
Absolutely.
kilos there. We will see that make a difference to the final rankings.
Yes. All right, Sam Butterworth now 190 on the bar. Jumped up another 7.5. Yeah, it was a shame there for Kana. Perfect weight selection. It's
always
186 wouldn't have been there, so
yeah, it was. I was
choice.
just about to say, well, fantastic selection, and it still was.
Yep.
It's really always sad to see someone fight through a lift and then not get it. Big gas there from Sammy.
Wow.
Revs the
that's
engine
good.
nicely. 7.5 kilos added to the subtotal. He'll be thrilled with that. He'll be really thrilled with that. The boys are almost laughing about that.
All right, the bar will stay at 192.5 now for Michael Rand.
It's great vibes down here at City Strength. If you are in the area and you're not here, get down here because the place is going off. The lifters are killing it. This is the peak of things.
And we're about to get into deadlifts, and it's going to get wild. Yeah. All right, let's see if Michael can add 2.5 to his subtotal here. I think safe choice. Second didn't move too badly, but you've got to get every kilo you can, so let's see how this goes. That's a great weight choice, actually.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Good lift.
3 white lights, good lift for Michael, adds the 2.5 to his subtotal.
He's done well there, and again, watching these lifters and their coaches make the appropriate load selections is always a really fun thing to witness. Because we're sitting here, oh, move well, didn't move well. Coach and athlete are watching tens and tens and tens of videos of this lift every week. They've got a very good idea of what they can come to expect.
All right, Yanni now.
200 on the nose. So we said before, they could have gone one of two ways here. They've gone for the slightly more conservative route. As mentioned previously, maybe a little bit less sure as to what exactly is there, so you've got to read the day. I always say you've got to earn your attempts too. If you don't hit a strong second, I mean, it's not a sensible choice to go up by much more.
No, and he's already sitting on a massive subtotal, 520. Yep. Let's add this 2.5 and get into deadlifts. Well, and it's It's not there today, so has an excellent day. Doesn't leave any kilos behind.
And that's where we're at, and as mentioned, perfect choice for the context of the day. Didn't get greedy with it and walked away with a 197, which was about as much as he had today.
Absolutely. And as you've expected, mate, Tom Chaplin jumping up to 205. What he benched pretty much max effort in prep.
Yep.
The bar is loaded for Tom.
And he is looking good today. I do think this is going to be a big
Let's go,
effort.
Tommy.
Here he comes.
And this is equal to the current bench press record, which is currently sitting at a standard, which means I believe he will take it.
Yeah, if you achieve it, you take it, I believe, with standards. So let's see if he can lock this in.
Smart move too when it comes to the choices, right? In terms of minimum needed, and that's a very common thing that lifter coaches get wrong, is take the minimum you need for the goal. Okay, this is going to be an interesting call. He's gotten it to lock out. What do the referees say about this?
Is there a dip? Let's see.
3 red lights, and I was expecting that. I didn't want to say anything, but there was a little dip. There may have been some bum lift as well. Tremendous effort there with the 205, but just not quite fully to the standards.
Absolutely. All right, that brings us to the end of the bench press here in SBD Australia Cup. We'll be back with some interviews of some lifters, and then deadlifts coming up in just over 9 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the deadlifts. We'll see you soon. Welcome back. We're at the top of the competition now. Deadlifts coming up. We'll have Kate Nax out first. She's going to start the day with 145 on the bar for her opening deadlift.
The bar is loaded. Kate holding the pole for 145 kilos.
This is going to be, by far, as it usually is in a competition, the most exciting part of the day. Everything's drawing to a close, to a point. We're going to really find out where everyone is sitting as we start to see these openers and these seconds coming through. We're going to be doing the calculations on the back end and updating best we can. And as we really come into those thirds, we're going to be telling you where these lifters are ending up relative to the total record of that weight class, which is all that matters today.
And Kate here today in the under 52 kilo class. Oh, and unfortunately, she can't quite get that to lock out. She did tell me she's suffering quite a bad hamstring injury at the moment.
Next up, Vicky,
Just looks like it's played up on her a little bit there.
150 kilo opener.
Let's hope she can come back out on the third and grab it on the second and grab that.
So we can see Vicky coming out for 150, which is going to be exactly 380, which is the current standard, which would put the total record in her hands if she makes this lift.
Wow, it's amazing on the openers. Gets it to lock out, no problems. Referees like it, 3 white lights.
157.5 kilos on the bar.
Correction, it should be 383.5 there for Vicky, going past that standard.
The bar is loaded for Zinu.
All right, Zin coming up now, 157.5 on the bar for her first attempt.
Subtotal 212.5, attempting 157 here.
Opener moves well. Referees agree, 3 white lights.
Next Craven coming out, 167.5 kilos on the bar.
All right, Liz Craven. She's going to open her deadlift campaign at 167.5. This is an exceptional deadlifter. Makes light work of that one.
3 white lights. Kelly Basco next. 180 kilos on the bar for her opener. And the bar is loaded for Kelly.
So we can see already things start to separate a little bit there with those 52 women. We've got Liz sitting on 395, Vicky on 383.5, and Zin on 370.
Kelly Basto here, 180 to open up her deadlift account. And it's a touch slow. Let's see if the refs like the lockout. Yeah, unfortunately, she gets 2-1 reds. Lockout, the knees looked a little bit soft, shoulders maybe not far enough back. Let's hope that's just a misgroove. And we have Caitlin now, 187.5. Great looking opener there for Kate.
3 white lights. Brittany Romas up next.
Puts Kate at 91.35% of the record.
Okay.
For a bit of an update.
Creeping up there. Here comes Brittany Romas now.
And the bar is loaded for Brittany.
She's going to open up at 187.5. Again, seen Brittany deadlift up around the 200 and above before. Moves are opener well.
Nice opener for Brittany. 3
white lights.
Yanni's our 192.5 kilos for our opener.
So we have actually seen
the bar's
Brittany go
open
past the
Yanni.
total record there,
Okay, interesting.
which is almost something that we're seeing happen casually on openers.
It's pretty amazing. And Yanni now coming out. She's going to start on 192.5. Does well, moves nice and smoothly to the top. And just waiting for the ref lights. And 3 whites. Good lift for Yanni. Yeah, so starting to see a few people creep towards or over the records, which is amazing to see.
Just to give a comparison between Brittany and Yanni, who are in different weight classes, off the opener, Brittany sits at 1.04, or 104%, mind you, of the record in her respective weight class, and Yanni 101%.
Okay. Beth Parker now, 195 to open her deadlifts. Wow.
Very strong.
Nice and quick. Beth's deadlifts have really been coming along the last few months, and I'm excited to see what she'll be able to pull out for that third.
195 kilos also on the bar for the opener. Shania.
Okay, Shania now, 195 on the bar for her opening attempt. Shania is a very strong deadlifter. And no issues there for Shania. Gets it to lock out very efficiently.
Excellent deadlifting on these openers
Good lift
from the ladies today.
3 white lights.
Really starting well.
Von Weisenberg, 200
We've
kilos.
only seen one miss left because of the hamstring.
And the bar is loaded for Isabella.
All right, Isabella now coming out. She's going to open at 200. Again, another extremely strong deadlifter. Been watching her prep on Instagram, and her deadlifts move very well. Oh, that looks strong.
Good lift, Isabella.
3 white lights, good lift.
Really nice.
We move on to our second round.
All
of
right,
deadlifting.
we're back to the top.
Kate, point in the pole.
Now,
Back out, 155
Kate Nax
kilos on the bar.
has taken a 10-kilo jump. Missed the opener on potentially strength. She didn't get it to lock out. Like I said, she's been struggling with that injury, but has boldly taken a 10-kilo jump here. So I'm hoping she's feeling good now. She's maybe gone on the massage ball out the back, loosened it up a little bit.
And the bar is loaded.
Let's see how she goes here.
This is a gutsy move.
It certainly is a bold move. Wow. I don't know what happened on the opener, but that moved super well.
Do you call it a bluff?
3 white lights on the board for Kate.
Just kidding.
If I didn't know she was injured, I would. But
Yeah.
no, I think the injury just played up on her a little bit on that opener. She's got it under
sure.
control, and she did grab a hamstring there on the way off, so it's definitely hurting her, but she's fighting through it. And great to see her get on the board now.
So just to say quickly, after the openers, front runners, we have Yanni, Isabella, we have Vicky and Liz, all in excess of the totals. And we have a number of lifters just under. Notable mention at the moment is Beth, who's sitting just under the total at 505.5 versus 510. This is going to be really interesting to see this landscape change throughout these deadlifts.
Absolutely, and Vicky K now coming out 12.5 jump, 162.5. Very strong second attempt there for Vicky.
Really nice.
Gives her no problems whatsoever. 3 white lights.
Next up.
And that pushes her even further above the record. And now we have Zin coming out. She's going to take 15 jump up to 172.5.
Something we've got to keep in mind with, say, Vicky, is that she's going to probably be attempting lifts before all of the others, and so she's going to require those lifters to be on the ball with regard to changes, because we do know that if someone hits a percentage of the record that's equal to somebody else, it's that person who does it first that actually wins.
Absolutely.
So Vicky doesn't have that as an advantage, but it is an interesting advantage because everyone has to be very switched on to that.
Yeah, it's another card that the coaches are going to have to be aware of. Let's see how Zin goes here.
Very strong.
Yeah, that's a great looking second attempt for Zin. Moves very nicely.
And a
Through
good
what
lift.
lights.
Next up, Liz Craven.
Yeah, it's all these small differences that the coaches sometimes aren't used to. They're used to playing the total game, and they're going to have to adjust their thinking. They've probably adjusted their spreadsheets they use out the back.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really interesting when we get down to those third attempt deadlift changes. Liz Craven now coming out. She's jumping up to 178, which must be above the national deadlift record.
Yep, 175.5 is the current record, so she has every right to go for 178. And this would push her past Vicky, who's currently ahead of her in terms of percentages.
A little tiny bit of work there for her to get it to lockout, but no issues. Nice and smooth. 3 white lights.
Now, previously, Vicky was a kilo ahead of Liz. This really changes it, where now Liz has pushed 9.5 kilos ahead of Vicky and the appropriate percentage because they're in the same weight class. So how this plays out is really going to be a who makes lifts from here.
Wow. All right, Kelly Basto now missed her second, just on some soft lockout, I believe.
Opener, yep.
Oh, sorry, missed her opener on a soft lockout. So let's just see if she can correct that here. Taking the 180 again.
She's having a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, it does better, but I still don't think it was quite locked out.
Okay, same situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2-1, no lift.
So what we are looking for is essentially knee and hip extension, and that the shoulder ends up behind the barbell, and those things are a little questionable right now. You can even see that as the down command was given, there was even another action made towards locking it out. So it's just that uncertainty that's saying the referees aren't giving it to her.
Yeah, right. Brittany Romas now adding 10 kilos, 197.5. I believe she was sitting just above the record before this attempt. Let's see how far this will push her if successful. Makes pretty light work of it. I'm excited to see what she's got for the third.
197.5 locked in, which puts Brittany at 493.5, ahead of the 462.5 total record,
Wow.
which is 106 points.
Ooh.
That is equal to Liz. So at the moment, Liz
wow.
is technically ahead based on those attempts. That's my understanding.
Yep, she hit it first, so yes. All right, Caitlin here coming out now, 202.5, 15 jump. Gets it to lock out, just a little stick on the thigh there, but no issues for her. 3 white lights, good lift for Kate.
Kate is climbing up nicely there. She's sitting at a 437.5 total. The record is 462.5, so she's making a great statement in terms of her total. Not quite up there with those that are exceeding it, but doing a really great job.
It's good to see. Right, Yanni now going to jump 12.5 up to 205. She is fired up.
And this would put Yanni at 103 points. Looks to do very well with that.
Didn't move
205 locked in.
Slower than her opener, to be honest, Matt. So let's see what she can do on the third.
Yeah, so that makes a 530 total, 20 kilos ahead of the total record in this weight class.
Wow.
We are about to see some responses, though, from the other two lifters in the weight class.
Yeah, that's incredible. Here comes Shania now, 207.5, just below the current national deadlift record.
National record standard here is 210. Hope to see Shania push past that in the third attempt.
She gets it to lock out. Just seeing the grip start to shift a little bit on one hand, but
steady pull.
All good.
She looks pretty calm throughout that. There's definitely some energy to come. I've seen more platform energy from Shania than that, so I expect we're going to see that.
Yep, 2-1 good lift. Locks in the 207.5.
Right, so Beth's coming out for a huge 215, which
Wow.
is a 25 kilo increase and would put her at 104 points. Aware that it is going to push her past Yanni.
Yeah, 215. Like I said, best deadlifts have been going really well in prep, so excited to see how this one moves today. She always gets super fired up.
FYI for the viewers at home, I believe you can ignore the placement signal on screen, as that is not currently based on percentage. I believe it is based on kilos. So listen to us. We'll be giving you as much insight as we can based on the actual percentages.
Yeah, I think that might be in their weight
Bar is
class.
loaded for Beth.
Yes, correct. Yeah, on kilos,
On
I'm pretty
kilos,
sure.
yeah.
Yep.
All right, here comes Beth.
Huge jump here, huge play. I know she pulled a really nice 220 in the prep. So this is essentially
Let's go back.
calling out the competition. This is, I'm going to attempt this, and you're going to need to respond. And she's made pretty light work of that, to be honest with you.
Absolutely.
I'm very impressed to see that. It looks like she's probably got a bit of room there, and she's able to respond to the other competitors.
215 kilos on the bar.
We'll have Isabella now come out. She's also going to attempt 215.
And the bar is loaded for Isabella.
215 would put Isabella at 102 points. So at the moment, as it currently sits with the 84s, we have Beth leading, Yanni leading Iz, if she even makes this. Plenty of lifting yet to come, though.
Absolutely.
A strong pull there.
Solid lift
Very
for
strong
Isabella.
second there for Isabella.
3 white lights.
3 white lights,
We
good
are
lift.
on to third round of deadlifts. These are heating
Well,
up.
here we
Who
are.
will be taking home the
For her
overall
deadlifts.
for the SBD
We're going to have Kate Nax come out and kick us off. She's taking a massive jump here. She's locked in the 155, the 145. She missed it at the start there. Her injury just playing up a little bit. Jumping up 15 kilos now to 170. Now, again, I'm assuming this will be for a place that she's making this big jump.
So put her at 103 points, which wouldn't be for a podium place, but it would definitely pass a couple of lifters like Isabella, like Zing, but it wouldn't actually pass lifters like Liz or Vicky or Brittany.
Oh, she does pretty well. Let's see if the refs like it. And they do. 3 white lights, good lift for
Happy
Kate.
with that. So that brings a 392.5 total.
Wow.
12.5 kilos ahead of the total record.
172.5 kilos for a 5 kilo.
And from memory,
103 points.
from memory, I think her best total previous was 395. So to come out in a new federation and do just below that with an injury is amazing. Great day for Kate. Here comes Vicky now.
So we have Vicky trying to extend to 106 points.
Yeah, big 10 kilo jump here for Vicky.
She's looking for third place here.
Wow.
Done beautifully. Emotional at the lockout. This means a lot to Vicky, as it does to many of the lifters. We spoke about some of the backstory here. We got a 4:06.
Australia overall position. This will really make some attention.
406, that's a big
406.
total in the 52 kilo class.
380 was the previous total.
180 kilos on the bar for her.
That's amazing to see. She moved that really well. And she's super excited about it. All right, we'll have Kelly Bastow coming out now. She's going to reattempt the 180. Just having some issues getting the shoulders back. She did the second look better. Definitely got the knees and hips through a bit further, but needs to get those shoulders back behind the bar on this third and final attempt. Let's see the crowd get around her. Try and get this one locked in.
So disregard what I said before, that's a temporary first place for Vicky. She's put herself into a position where she's demanding the other lifters to respond.
As she needs to, being the person who's deadlifting earlier, she has to make other lifters miss. Like overextending themselves. Let's watch Kelly now. Kelly needs
looking to
this
get on the
lift.
board here.
Well, that looks much better from where we're sitting. Let's see if the refs like it. Yes,
And that is three
She's
whites.
on the board.
She's managed
Here we
a
go. Liz Craven coming out
463.5
for a
total.
deadlift national record, and this will pull Liz
Great to see
from
Kelly back on the
second
platform.
to first overall.
And here we go. Liz Craven coming out
So
now.
Liz is coming out for an attempt 183, which would put her at 106.71 points, which would push her ahead of Vicky at 106.84.
Is loaded.
This for temporary first. Let's see where Liz moves it.
Correction, this would put Liz at 108.03. 108.03.
Gets it to lock out. Nods the head. She's happy about it.
Amazing. So Liz, 183 kilo deadlift for a 410.5 total, which is 108.03
Wow.
on the points.
Wow, incredible. So she moves into first. And at 50 years old, Liz is an absolute legend in this game.
183.5 kilos to
But
take back her
there's plenty of lifters to come who can grab that first place back. So let's see how it plays out. We've got Yin now. She's going to coming out at 183.5.
Record attempt. Not playing for a lot else here in regard to the upper rankings, but coming out for this 183.5 deadlift would secure the prize money and name in the record books. So a make here would put Zin at 104.21 points.
And the bar is loaded for Zinyu.
And quite a good total for Zin as well, which is awesome to see. Had a rough start to squats, but she's managed to compose herself, come back.
And I believe a temporary fourth.
Okay, excellent. Let's see how she goes here.
Done remarkably well there.
Looks pretty good from where we're sitting. 3 white lights. Takes the national deadlift record. Gray works in.
And things are interesting. Brittany Romas, currently in third for overall, is going 205 to put her in first place.
Brittany Romas now coming out. She's going to attempt 205, 7.5 kilo jump, and this will push her ahead of Liz, I believe, into first place.
Absolutely. So we have Liz on 108.03, and this would put Brittany into 108.32.
Wow.
It is the necessary pull to go past Liz.
Let's see how she goes here. Well, that looks good, Matty, from where we're sitting.
Oh, wow. Brittany Romas has put herself into first place.
Knocks Liz Craven into second.
501 kilo total, beating the 462.5 kilo total by 8.32%.
And that's amazing. She's hit the 501 at the lighter weight class.
To get the standard in the 76 kilo class for a national record attempt.
Shania Radke now coming out.
Shania coming out with one job to do here. Get the record. Get the deadlift record. 210 kilos, which is exactly equal to the record at the moment, the standard record, which means if she can hit this, her name goes in place. Big fight, not quite there, but a really respectable fight there.
Yeah, it does well, gets it moving, but just can't quite get it over the knees. Okay, we'll have another national deadlift record attempt here from Kate. She's going to come out at 215.5, 12.5 jump up.
This is a half kilo increase on her record. 215 at 69, under 69 is the current record. We're going for 215.5 here.
The bar is loaded for Kate. National record attempt.
All right, here she comes.
Unlucky there for Kate, just not quite there.
Gave absolutely everything to that. Huge applause from the crowd, and this is what we love to see. Phenomenal effort.
Millimeters away from getting the hips through there. Eventually the grip gives out, but she's done amazing.
This will be a national record attempt for Yanni.
All right, another national record attempt here. Yanni coming out now, 217.5 on the bar. 12.5 jump up.
106.37 points is what this would give her, which doesn't come near Liz, doesn't come near Brittany or Vicky. So she's not trying to take a placing here, she's looking for the record.
Breaks the floor. Did the thighs slide under? No. 3 white lights. She takes the national record.
Takes the deadlift record, equal to the standard.
Looks to take the record home with her, and a PB deadlift with 200.
So she will now make Beth have to hit this to take that record back. She's going to attempt 225 for her third and final attempt.
So again, choices being made here. Outside of that podium, lifters are opting for these individual records rather than taking 5th or 6th or jumping up 1 here or there.
Which also in the battle of the 80s,
Yeah, absolutely.
We've had a change. 227.5.
Ooh, okay.
We have, exactly as I said it, as it happened, we've had an adjustment. So 106.37 points for Yanni currently. A make here from Beth is 106.47 points.
Okay. So the exact weight she needs to take that position off Yanni and grab back the national deadlift record. These two are great friends. I liked watching their prep and their attempt at trash talking each other, but I think most of it was love.
Yeah. Interestingly, 227 on the dot, just half a kilo under this, would equal the exact same to the exact same 2 decimal places and would not have a placing improvement. So 227.5 is exactly what is needed.
Exactly what she needs. With Kelly Mann doing the math, I would expect no less.
And here we go.
This is what we're here for.
Beth will be fired up for this one. She's one of my favorite deadlifters to watch. Just cleaning the bar up, make sure she's got the best attempt at grip as possible.
National record, first place. The bar
is loaded. Here comes Beth Parker. 227.5 national record attempt.
She looked great on the second attempt. She's looking strong enough for this. She's got to muster it. The crowd's going to get around her. She goes.
She can't quite get the hips through.
Ever so close. Ever so close. It's exactly the choice you make at these kinds of comps. A valiant effort in such a big pull attempt. Congratulations.
Absolutely. She'd already locked in a great total, so she'll be happy. She had to go for it.
I'm taking first place, and I'm taking that record.
Okay. Isabella has dropped in a 234.5 kilo attempt for her third.
Which once again is what Beth was trying to do there with the 84 battle.
Right.
Is exactly what she needs to go a little bit ahead of Yanni. 106.37 points for Yanni. This would be 106.47 points. Exactly the same play as what was happening. What we would have seen there is we would have seen, if that was made by Beth, we would have seen another half kilo increase here from Izzy. The goal is clear. The 84 battle is happening as we speak.
The bar is loaded for Izzy. Let's go.
The podiums are set. This is the 84 battle. She's going to leave it all out there today. Once again, a great attempt. It's exactly the attempt you make. You don't come to these comps not to put it all out there and put the load on the bar. You'd love to see it. Amazing effort across the board.
All right.
We have 108.32 points from Brittany Romas. We have 108.03 points for Liz Craven and 106.84 points for Vicky Kay.
Wow. So, Brittany Romas, she is your SBD Australia Cup 2024 Women's Champion.
Stay back for drug testing after the medal ceremony. Andrew True, the bar is loaded.
Bar is now loaded for Andrew True, straight into the men's side of the draw now. He's going to open his account 240 kilos. And boom, just like that.
That's a nice opener for Andrew.
3 white lights, great lift for Andrew.
James Lee, 245 kilos going on the bar.
And we will add 5 kilos to the bar for James Lee, who's coming out now for his opening attempts.
The bar is loaded for James.
Light work for James there.
That's a good lift for
3
James.
white lights from the refs. Good lift.
Ewan Belgrove coming out on his opener deadlift, 270 kilos. And the bar is loaded for Ewan.
All right, bar's loaded now for Ewan Belgrove. He's going to open on 270 kilos.
I'm still caught up in that showdown from the women's.
It does razzle you a bit.
That was amazing.
It's one of the funnest parts of powerlifting is the third deadlifts, especially when the battles are close, as they are here today.
Really good to see the maths being done so well on the fly as well. It really is another layer and another challenge on top of just looking at kilos.
Next up.
Absolutely. 3 white lights there for Ewan.
I'm sure that many of the coaches have an assistant here today, making sure that everything's being run properly.
I mean, when we're coming down to decimal points,
Yeah.
you don't want to be wrong.
Yep.
All right. Kian now, he's coming out with 272.5 opening attempt in the under 74 kilo class. Huge opening deadlift here. And that was very quick to lock out.
Good opener from Kian.
Okay, he's got a 2-to-1 good lift. Just the head ref indicating she didn't believe the shoulders were locked out enough. But 2-to-1 good lift.
The bar is loaded for Carter.
All right, moving to our 83 kilo. Kana now coming out. 275 for his opener. Locked in a big 300 kilo squat earlier today. Nice and easy there for his opening
Move
deadlift.
opener for Carter. 3 white lights. Emilio Caliao.
3 white lights, good lift. Little nod there from his coach John. They're on track for whatever their plan is. But look at that. And Emilio now coming out. 285 on the bar.
Let's go, Emilio.
Good looking opener there for Emilio.
Really strong pull there. Now, obviously caught up in where people are placing, but there's also deadlift records that are being attempted, and we saw that in the previous flight. And we're going to be witnessing a bit of that here as well, I dare say.
All right, Yanni now coming out. 285 on the bar for his opening attempt. Expect to see some quite big jumps from some of the men here this afternoon. Deadlifts typically the lift we do see, quite large jumps. Nice opener there for Yanni.
Looks as good as you'd want it to look.
Absolutely.
And once again, he's been looking strong all day. Bench press maybe didn't show up perfectly, but the lower body is the lower body. The squat, the legs, are clearly strong today. So we're going to see him hopefully motor through some really strong pulls here. 285 is a really strong start for Yanni.
Yeah, Josh Takua now coming out. He's going to open at 290.
And the bar is loaded for
Josh,
Josh.
a big deadlifter, keen to see what he can do on the bar today.
Current 93 record is 326. By Simon Chad.
Very fast.
Well,
3 white lights for Josh.
3 white lights, good lift.
extremely nice. A great start. Puts him in a good spot to jump from there.
I'm sure we've seen Josh deadlift well over 330 in the past, so
And the
keen
bar
to
is
see
loaded
how
for
far he can
red.
jump today. Michael Rand now coming out, also a very big deadlifter in the 105 category. 297.5 on the bar for his opening attempt.
So we have seen, we're already seeing things separate a little bit. Once we get to the end of the openers, we'll give a quick rundown as to how things are starting to play out. We will start to see a front runners group.
Nice and quick there from Michael.
He opened it by Rand.
Extremely good there.
3 white lights, good lift.
Tom Chaplin next. 300 kilos.
We'll stay with the
on
105s
bar for
now.
his
Tom
opening
Chaplin
attempt.
coming out. He's going to open it around 300.
The bar is loaded for Tommy. Let's go.
It's had a very strong deadlift prep. It's pulled 320 this prep, convincingly too. Looks very sound there, starting at 300. Puts him at 797.5, 96.96% of the 105's total record.
Four men battling it out.
Yanni in the 105 sitting a little higher than that at 97.87 with a current
And the
805.
bar is loaded for Hung.
Rand sitting at 95.14, the 782. So in the 105s currently, Yanni leading the charge, then Tom, then Michael, with Hung to show us what he's going to do with 320. Which, by the way, would put him at 99.09. So he would be
Wow.
kicking things off in front of the other 105s if he makes this.
Okay, let's see how he goes.
Very strong, very easy, as you would expect an opener to look. Referees waiting for their decisions.
And he's only just below the national deadlift record currently, so interested to see
3
where he
white
goes.
lights. Yes, that's right. So the 105 record is 345. So he may make it there by his next one, but I would dare say he goes past that on his third, giving him the opportunity to take the minimum necessary when it comes down to the wire. Definitely a benefit, and also being the last deadlifter of the 105s. The only person deadlifting more than him is likely going to be this gentleman here, Sam, who is unlikely at this point to be in contention with Hung. But let's not speak too soon, because we know things can change on a dime.
Absolutely, 325 there for Sam. Looks like no issues.
Excellent work. So,
And I believe the record standard in the 120s is 345 as well. So let's see if Sam's pacing for that today.
120s, the deadlift record is 352.5.
352.
It is a standard.
Okay.
It is a standard. That's a good point. So that's going to be something he'll be able to use to his advantage as well. So we do have some front runners, but it hasn't separated as much as I envisaged it would by the openers. I think we're going to see that happening more and more throughout the seconds and the thirds. Andrew here, perhaps surprising a few people, sitting at 97.73% of the 66 kilo total.
Okay, sneak attack from Andrew.
Looking at a 252.5, which would put him at 98.90%. And he
Like a
does
good lift.
make that lift, which actually pokes him ahead of some of these lifters in the 93s and the 105s and the 83s temporarily.
Okay.
The only one still ahead of him is actually Hung.
James Lee now 270 on the bar.
A lot of tussling going on here. Big jump there from James.
Yeah, and these positions are going to move around wildly because these guys are going to take jumps of all different sizes. Really not going to know until we get to the thirds. Speedy second attempt there for James. That looked so good. He gets 2-to-1 good lift.
Next up, Ewan Belgrove, 280 kilos to equal his best competition deadlift.
All right, we'll have Ewan Belgrove now coming out, jumping up 10 kilos to 280.
And the bar loaded for Ewan. Let's go, Ewan.
So again, Ewan's another lifter who is putting himself in the game on the previous attempt. So what that means is, in making this, he is demanding other lifters to make their lift then go past him, which is a really, really wise move. So he makes this, he goes 98.9% of the record. And unfortunately, not quite there. Looks a bit similar to the second bench press, where maybe a normal load for him is just not quite sitting right. There could be anything happening back there. Not going to speculate. We hope he can come out and clean that up.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Kian now coming out. He's going to go to 290 for his second attempt.
And the bar is loaded for Kian.
So a similar story here. This wouldn't put him ahead of Andrew, who's 98.9%, but it would put him at 98.44, which does again ask the lifters who are coming after him to go past him again. So there's so much going on here. A few more players for especially that third place.
Ooh, just loses grip.
Okay, that's a curveball.
There's a lot of chalk built up on that bar. On the third, they will get it clean before every attempt, so we'll see what he can do. Emilio now will come out at 297.5, a 12.5 jump.
It's a pretty modest jump. And I know that he has pulled a lot more than that in training. I wonder if this is a tactic of just taking it easy and then perhaps taking a big jump into the third, or whether he's pulling back a little bit.
Okay, this will be interesting to watch.
Loaded for Emilio. Let's go, Emilio.
It's nice and smooth.
Well done there. Three white lines. Next up,
Yeah, definitely, I think a big jump left in the tank there till his third. Slowed a little bit compared to his opener, but didn't give him any dramas. So let's see what attempt he locks in. So Kana now coming out at 300.
So this 300 would put him at 777.5, a 1.5 kilo increase on the current total. So, you know, just a shy bit over that 100% mark, but puts him in first.
Well, he does it easy.
He's done a great job there. Sits in first place, and we're going to find out what's the response from these other lifters.
Next up,
one thing I can promise you is we're going to see a lot of people over 100% here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Yanni now coming out. He's going up to 305. 20 kilo jump for Yanni.
So 305 would give him 100.30, and Kana just hit 100.19.
Okay.
But the jumps are a little larger from Kana right now, so we'll see how things play out. This is pretty close to Yanni's competition PR. He's moved through it well, and I think that's a great pull because it does require a response, and it also requires a responsive tactic, because if lifters are shooting really high and potentially falling away, that's where other lifters who have made a strong second can potentially nab placings.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bit of work for him. I'm not sure he's got a heap left in the tank, but like you said, he's now locked in a really strong second. He's going to make other lifters have to hit. So,
and once again, some insights here. Josh is going for 310 kilos, which would put him at 100.32 points. Just 0.02 points ahead of Yanni's lead there.
This is staying tight. Let's see how Josh moves here. His opener was great. 20 kilo jump. Well, that looked excellent. Not much different to his opener. 3 white lights.
Temporary first place. Next up, Tom Chaplin, 317.5 kilos going on the bar.
So regardless of Tom's left here, just going to quickly go through where we're sitting at rankings-wise. We have Josh Takua currently leading on 100.32. We've got Yanni Marcellus currently in second on 100.30, and Kana Shambara currently in third on 100.19. It has separated now. You can see it's separated significantly. But there's always a question mark of lifters making thirds, and then other lifters sitting just under that who can nab from there, which I'm very excited to see.
Absolutely. Tom Chaplin now, 317.5.
Put Tom at 815 kilo total, remembering that the 105 record sat at 822.5 before today.
Great pull from Tom there. 3 white lights.
He's got a bit left.
Definitely put himself into a good position to potentially add 10 kilos to that lift and take himself just over his nationals performance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whoa, big jump.
Yeah, Michael likes a big jump. 30 kilos here. 27.5 for Rand.
Because of the squat mishap, it doesn't put him in, the best position with regard to rankings. But I think he's streamlining in on the deadlift now, and focusing on coming away with the biggest deadlift. You know, that's going to be his goal here, is the record.
He's got fierce competition with Hung here today, so let's see. Wow.
Oh, goodness, man.
That's a strong pull for Rand. Referee say.
3 white lights for Rand. Great lift.
I'd say that's as strong as it's looked. The 345 deadlift record is potentially in danger from Rand. And we're just about to find out how well Hung can make 340 move.
The bar is loaded for Hung.
Yeah, well, his opener was incredible.
This would take Hung into first place.
Okay. Let's see how 340 goes here for Hung.
Would put Hung at an 835 kilo total, 101.52 points.
Yeah, so that'll give him the national total record.
There's a bit of room there.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think the rest will have any problems.
He's deadlifting beautifully today, and he's given himself a really good position where he's pulled himself ahead, and he also has room. He hasn't gassed himself too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 5 kilos below the national deadlift record, and he moves a reasonable jump above the total record now. Great day so far.
Sam looking to take 345 here, which definitely puts him in a position to hunt down that 352.5 standard.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, he'll be in his own lane here. The groups have separated off naturally. We do have the 105s, 83s and 93s front runners. Don't forget Andrew as well, and the 66s who's sitting right there. Wow, let's watch that replay.
Yeah, great looking 345.
20 record, 3 white lights.
That's a deadlift.
And now we're on the final leg of the competition. Third deadlift.
Yeah, when it comes to conventional, there's not many that do it better than Sam.
262.5 kilos.
So Andrew's coming out for 262.5, looking to make a 642 total, just pushing ahead of the 639.
A 2.5 kilo personal best.
And this is where it gets interesting, folks. We're into the thirds.
And 639 is his own total record.
Andrew in first place overall for the moment.
You can change your deadlift attempts on the third as well, so you will see gameplay happening. You may see false attempts if you're following the scoreboard at home. You may see some false numbers being loaded in that will get changed as we get closer to that lifter. Let's see how Andrew goes here.
Wow.
Wow. Does well.
Oh, he'll be thrilled with that.
2-1, good lifts. Gets one red there just for shoulders from one of the side refs, but good lift nonetheless.
So once again, we have Andrew here sitting in second. He's sitting in second behind Hung. Hung's on 101.52. Andrew's just made 100.47, just a little bit ahead of Josh, who's just a little bit ahead of Yanni, who's just a little bit ahead of Kana. So he's asking these lifters, hey, make the right choice or I'm keeping this placing.
Don't miss.
That's
All
right.
You and Belgrove now going to come and re-attempt the 280 kilos. Got it sort of halfway to lockout, but couldn't quite get it to the top. Let's see how he goes here.
He stuck to the floor, that one.
Yeah, not quite there today.
A big effort. Had a huge squat outing. Wasn't quite his day across the bench in the deadlift. Sometimes these competitions happen. He will get back to work, learn some lessons, and we'll see him stronger than ever.
Absolutely. And speaking of strong as ever, James Lee.
Here we go. A 300 kilo attempt, which is definitely going to be, I think, a competition PR. I've seen him hit 300 in the gym, but I'm pretty sure he hasn't hit it on the platform. This is all for him. There is no record here. He's not hunting a particular placing. This is James' moment to get his from this competition. Having had a rough prep, he's come in and done a good job across squat and bench press. Let's pull 300, James. Let's go. Oh, you love to see it. I've got chills watching that. The crowd's gone mental. Most people
Did he get
here.
the shoulders back?
Oh, really unfortunate. Such an amazing effort to get through to the lockout. He's just started to fall away. I didn't quite see that because we're behind the screen here, but he just started to fall away at that lockout, which gave that soft shoulders command. But what an effort. This is exactly what we want to see at a competition like this.
Yeah, incredible to see.
Absolutely formidable effort there.
All right, Kian now coming out. He's going to attempt 302.5 after missing 290 on the second on grip.
National record.
Let's see, the bar is a lot cleaner this time. Let's see how we go. He's fired up.
He is going for both the total record and the deadlift record. It's a big ask after missing a second. It's a great effort, and once again, it's exactly the choice you make at a comp like this. You go out there, you try to win some prize money and take a record home. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite there for him today.
Yeah, absolutely the right choice. And
so Emilio's looking at 307.5, which is a 10 kilo increase from the 297, would put him at a 747 total, which is 96.33% of the record.
The bar is loaded for Emilio.
the bar is loaded for Emilio. First two deadlifts moved very well. Let's see how the 10 kilo jump affects him. Gets it to lock out. A good lift.
He's done a great job there.
And things have got it interesting.
The crowd is really getting around the lifters here.
Record attempt, 2.5 kilos, a 10 kilo all-time PB.
All right, Kana now coming out. He's going to jump up 15, up to 315 kilos.
So we are looking at a 315 deadlift record attempt. We are looking at an extension of the total record and one that would put him ahead of Hung, who is at 101.52 points. This would put Kana at 102.13 points.
So successful. Kana makes everyone else have to hit.
Crowd's going crazy here for Kana. And you can see how much difference the bench press made to how things have played out. 315, looking like pretty much the perfect choice.
Absolutely.
And he's successful. Sits in first place, a 792.5 kilo total, ahead of the old record of 776, making for 102.13 points.
317.5 kilos on the
All right, the remaining lifters have to hit now to take that first place back from Kana.
Yanni,
Here comes Yanni.
Yanni not attempting to pass Kana here. He's looking to make 101.82 points, which would pass Hung, put him into second place behind Kana.
He wants the 105 battle, Matt, and he is fired up.
825 total if he makes. A 12.5 kilo jump after a 305 that required some work. And not quite there today.
Well done, Yanni. We now have
Great day out, though.
Ends up with 825, still over his best total.
Not only that, this now will line up Josh for first place overall for the
All right, Josh Dakuna
Josh
now.
is loading 329, coming out for a record, which would put him at 102.74 points, which does extend him considerably ahead of Kana at 102.13. He is aware that Hung is yet to come. So he's trying to pull something
wait.
here.
We've had a change. Tom Chaplin's just dropped in a 327.5.
Yep, so we'll wait for Josh to come out because, we have got another attempt change that changes the order of things. The bar must always go up. So this is Tom looking to come out to make a 825 total, beat his best, which is clearly what he's focused on in this situation.
And with Yanni missing, Tom wants to finish on that 825 as well. Not sure if Tom has body weight, but he may want to take the 105 battle temporarily because Hung's still to come.
The placing side of things, I do believe, is all about who got it first, so I don't think it will push him. He's prioritising the PR. He'd need a little bit more to actually go ahead of Yanni because they're both would. Yanni's currently on 100.30, and this would make 100.30 points for Tom.
Okay.
But he's going for the PR here. That's his focus.
327.5. Let's see what Tom can do.
Let's go, Chappie.
Let's go, Tom.
Let's go, Tom.
Oh, he had more in the tank.
He's just losing it from grip there. He's got 3 reds. Just very, very close. He's just softened a bit at the top, very similar to James Paul. Unfortunately, so as mentioned before, 329 from Josh is a really good play in my book. If he can make, it does put him ahead of Kana. Not just, it puts him well ahead of Kana, and it's mindful that Hung is yet to come. So they've done the calculations of what they think Hung has in the tank, what that looks like percentage-wise, and they're making the best possible play they can. And you're forced to make these choices when you don't have the biggest deadlift in the whole session, because Hung is a higher weight class. He's got to pull what he thinks he can pull, and then ask Hung to beat it. 329 to make 806.5. This would also, I believe, be the first 93 to go past 800 in the Australian IPF affiliates.
See how he goes. Should be within his ballpark.
A deadlift for 806.5. He's made pretty easy work of that.
Yeah.
Referees, and they are happy.
Very well, lights. That's a great lift for Josh.
We have Kana officially knocked out of first place by Josh. We know Hung is coming. We know Michael is coming.
This is a national record attempt.
Wow. Michael has put in a massive jump here, 350.5, which would give him the deadlift record.
This is the man that knows his body.
So ultimately what he's doing here is he's pulling 350.5, using that chip to try and push ahead of Hung by half a kilo, so that if Hung misses, he's going to win the 105's battle. This is a great choice in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the only choice. You're only here once.
Loaded for Let's go, Randy! Go, Michael!
Also puts him in third place.
Go, Michael!
goodness. 350.5. He's locked that in.
And that means a lot. It was a number somewhere in the 830s that he's been attempting to hit for a number of
That
years.
is amazing. I have chills. 835.5, making 101.58 points, which put Michael in third place. Hung is trying to come in to take it all back.
351 going on the bar for Hung. Only an 11 kilo jump from his second, which moved extremely well. Let's see what he can do here.
We knew it would come down to this. We knew that Hung would have the advantage of the final deadlift in the 105s and relative to the 83s and 93s. This is exactly why it's such a weapon to have this deadlift in the tank. He's very capable of the 351, and his 340 moved as such. Comes out with a grin on his face. That tells me he's confident.
He's looking casual. It's always awesome to see the difference between lifters.
This is for the win. Goes ahead of Josh, goes ahead of Kana. He's risking it all. He locks it out. Looks good to me, looks strong.
3 wide lights.
And he's taken the win. Clutched it.
But we have one more deadlift.
Amazing, amazing deadlift.
363 loaded on the bar for Sam.
So 363 is Sam essentially saying 352.5 standard. Thanks so much. Let's go right past it. I can do more than that.
Absolutely. This will be a 13 kilo PB, I believe, if Sam's successful.
This is the biggest deadlift in the APA. Bar is loaded for Sam! Let's go, Sam!
The bar is loaded. Here comes Sam.
Bar's loaded. Heaviest deadlift of the day. Heaviest deadlift in the federation. The roof is absolutely blowing off the place.
Oh, he's happy about it.
Isn't that a sight? Let's go, Sam. 363. Locks it out, holds it strong. We have 3 whites. Amazing, amazing effort to finish off today.
Oh, that was incredible.
Phenomenal effort there from Sam.
And as expected, third deadlifts did not disappoint.
So our
take us
final
through the placings,
rankings.
buddy.
Our final rankings for the men. We have a Hung fan in first place, 102.86 points. We have Josh Takua, 102.74 points. And Kana Shambara, 102.13 points.
Wow. Very close.
That's what we hoped for. We had it in the women's and we had it in the men's. There were a couple more tussles occurring in the men's. However, both extremely exciting to watch unfold. Many with expectations of how it would go coming in, and I'm safe to say it didn't all play out exactly how it was predicted.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. Look, we'll have some interviews with the winners coming up. Don't go anywhere. Medal presentation, interviews with the winners. Thank you for joining us. Stay on. Give us about 5 minutes to round some people up. We'll be right back.
Thanks
Thank
so
you
much.
very much. So in third place,
In
we
second place,
have
Liz
Vicky.
Craven.
And in second place, Liz Craven.
And with an incredible deadlift in the end there to pull her into first. First place, Brittany Romas.
And your SBD Australia Cup 2024 women's winner, Brittany Romas.
A round of applause for our top three.
Incredible battle here today in the female categories. We've seen a heap of people shuffling weight classes, moving up and down.
That's going to look great on the TV camera.
An incredible podium here. Vicky, Liz, Brittany.
Next up, the men.
All right, now into the men's division.
In third place. Oh, wait. We need more photos? Are we doing a speech? We need a photo, okay. Everyone smile.
A hush falls over the crowd.
All right. On to the men. In third place, Kana Chambara.
In third place in the men's division, Kana Shambara. Extending his 83 kilo national record. Great day out for Kana.
Pushed by Josh Takua in second place.
And in second place, Josh Takua. Pushing the 93 kilo category above 800 for the first time in the APA. Amazing to see.
Hung Fan.
And in first place, Hung Fan in the 105 kilo category. The massive final pull to secure the win.
Well done, guys. Smiles, photos. Your TV cameras will also look good.
We'll be right back with interviews with Brittany and Hung. Stay tuned.
Once again.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with the winners of SBD Australia Cup 2024. We'll start with Brittany Romas, your female champion. How does it feel, Brittany, cutting down from the under 76s back to the 69s where we've seen you dominate in 2022 Nationals? How's it feel?
I'm speechless. I feel a lot of things right now. There's a lot of relief that I've made it and I've done what I intended to do, and I'm just immensely proud of myself. Like, I just can't even tell you how proud I am of myself.
Absolutely. I think Dark Horse. I'm not sure in the chats we were having around the place before the coming. I don't think many people had you chipped as being up there, but you've come from the back and absolutely smoked it. Great day.
They've been sleeping on me.
They have.
They've been sleeping on me.
It's always hard when you're in a group with such other big names.
Yeah.
That everyone's like, who could win, and it could have went either way, right?
Yeah.
Anyone missed today, it could have been anyone's game, but you did incredible.
Thank
Great day
you
out.
so much.
Will we see you stay in the 69s?
Yes. I'm
Yep.
staying. I'm so sorry. I'm staying.
That's good to hear. You heard it here first. Brittany will be in the 69s at Nationals, so watch out. Matt.
All right, coming over here, we have the man of the hour, Hung, in first place in his first APA competition. It's a statement in the 105, so not only win against the other 105s, but also clean across the whole event. Firstly, how are you feeling about winning today, man?
I'm pretty speechless as well. Like, once I pulled that pull, I was like, damn, is this happening? Like, I saw Josh Taku, I'm like, I wanted him to pull it so that I can attempt 350 because I've missed it a few times in training. But yeah, he pulled it. I was like, all right, let's go.
And it came down to the play-by-play. We were just talking before with Brittany about how there were certain expectations about where people would land. Everything changed on the day. So for you, we spoke between, I think, squat and bench press. You were like, nothing is changing for me. I'm staying on track with my plan, making sure I get 6 from 6. And you put yourself in a really good position. If you had to say, how many kilos do you reckon you were good for on that final deadlift?
I think after the 340, I think I had about 360 in me. Like, deadlifts haven't felt that good in a while, so pretty happy with how it went.
Absolutely. And how many years have you actually been competing, Hung?
This month is actually my 10th year. Yeah, October 2014.
Amazing. So it's really good to see a few things. Someone who's been watching Hung lift for so long, to see 10 years of training and competing culminate into an event like this and to win it, and to also make a statement in a weight class that is so stacked with the 105s actually present. Do you have anything to say to the 105 class after today or about the experience as a 105 ahead of now Nationals? What are your thoughts about the weight class and where it's going?
I think it's a real stacked weight class coming in. You can't discount anybody, so that's what I did, not discount anybody and bring my best package. Yeah, it just felt like came down on the day and it was all good. Thanks to the boys in the 105 because it's been a while since I've been this stacked. So yeah, it was nice.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. And it's so great to see, I think, everyone coming together and seeing the competition just rise and rise and rise. I mean, the percentages we've seen on the women's class especially, but also in the men's, going ahead of the records, many men, many women going ahead of the total records. That's what these events are all about. So it's been lovely to see.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll let these guys go. SIA, you're hanging around waiting for them. Thanks everyone for tuning in today in the first ever SBD Australia Cup. It's been great having you on the stream. We'll catch you back in February for Nationals in Perth. See you then. I already said hi to Brittany's mum, but I'll say hi again, Brittany's mum.